What if the shadows that dance at the edge of your vision are the remnants of ancient beings, long forgotten but never truly gone? As twilight cloaks the land, a chill stirs the air, whispering of battles fought eons ago, of gods cast down and creatures that slipped through the cracks of time. The world feels heavy, as though it holds its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash between the past and the present. In the small village of Eldermere, nestled between gnarled oaks and mist-laden hills, an unease seeps into the bones of its people. Children now speak in hushed tones of flickering figures in the woods, shapes that flicker like dying stars. The elders dismiss these tales, but late at night, when the moon hangs low, their eyes dart nervously, recalling the lore that speaks of a time when the gods walked among mortals, their power pulsing like a heartbeat beneath the earth. But the fabric of that history is fraying. Beneath the surface, something stirs, and the air crackles with electric anticipation. A storm brews on the horizon, dark clouds roiling like the restless spirits that haunt the forgotten places, each flash of lightning revealing glimpses of what once was. The mighty Serpent King, bound in slumber beneath the river, the vengeful Wraith Queen, her mournful cries echoing through the valleys, seeking retribution for the wrongs of the living. As the villagers barricade their homes against the brewing tempest, a young girl, Leora, stands at the edge of the woods, entranced. She feels the pull of ancient magic, a siren call woven into the very essence of her existence. Ignored by those around her, Leora is destined to uncover a truth that will shatter her world. Each heartbeat resonates with a warning. Time is slipping away. The gods, once silenced, are awakening, and their creatures, wild and untamed, are rising from the depths of forgotten legends. A flicker catches her eye, a shadow darting between the trees, not a figment of imagination but a harbinger of chaos. Tension coils tighter as the winds howl, carrying with them a promise of upheaval. In the distance, the earth trembles, heralding the arrival of forces beyond comprehension, eager to reclaim their dominion. The sky ignites with an otherworldly glow, and the villagers sense the change, a tremor of instinct prickling at the nape of their necks. They have forgotten the old ways, the sacrifices made to keep the balance, and now they stand on the precipice of a reckoning. As Leora steps forward, the air thick with the scent of rain and something far more potent, a threat, a chance, a destiny. She knows that the whispers of forgotten gods and creatures are about to resurface, and the world will never be the same again. Will she be the key to their return, or the catalyst for humanity's destruction? The answer looms closer, bound by the fragile threads of fate that twist and curl like smoke in the night. In the stillness of a moonlit night, shadows danced on the cave walls as a flickering fire cast its warm glow. The air was thick with the scent of burning wood and the unmistakable essence of something sacred. A group of early humans huddled together, their faces painted with the markings of their ancestors. They were not just a tribe, they were storytellers, seekers of meaning, and guardians of the invisible threads that wove them to the world around them. Around them, the wilderness pulsed with life. Every rustle of leaves held a whisper, and every howl of the wind spoke of spirits both friendly and fearsome. These early beings felt it in their bones, the presence of something beyond the physical, something watching and waiting, woven through the very fabric of existence. Their hearts raced with a mixture of reverence and fear, knowing they were part of a larger story, one where every stone, tree, and stream had a spirit of its own. As the fire crackled, one of the elders raised a bone, its surface worn smooth by countless hands. He held it aloft, and a hush fell over the group. With steady hands and an ancient voice that carried the weight of generations, he began to recount the tale of the Great Bear Spirit, protector of the forest, whose spirit was said to descend upon the world during the longest nights of winter. His words painted images in their minds of great paws padding silently through the snow, eyes glowing like embers in the dark, watching over them as they slept. The children, wide-eyed and trembling with both fear and excitement, imagined themselves face to face with this powerful being. In every flicker of the flame, they saw the face of the great bear, and with every crack of the wood, they felt the heartbeat of the earth beneath them. The elders spoke of respect, of harmony, and of the delicate balance that kept their world alive. These were not mere stories. They were teachings woven into the very essence of life, urging them to listen to the whispers of the wind and to heed the signs written in the stars. As the night wore on, another voice joined in, a young woman whose spirit shone with a fierce light. She spoke not of the great spirits, but of the tiny ones, the ones that flitted about in the grass, the ones that crawled under stones. She told of the little people, the guardians of the small and overlooked, urging the group to honor even the smallest creatures, for they too had their place in the great tapestry of life. Her passion ignited a spark in the hearts of her listeners, a realization that every being, no matter how insignificant it seemed, played a role in the great circle. In the days that followed, the tribe began to weave their beliefs into every aspect of their lives. They fashioned charms from bones and stones, each piece a prayer, each mark a promise. They would gather around the fires, singing songs that echoed through the valleys, songs that called upon the spirits for guidance and protection. When they hunted, they offered thanks to the animals that gave their lives, speaking words of gratitude that floated into the air like smoke, a gentle reminder that they were part of something much larger. But the world was not always gentle. On a day heavy with the weight of storm clouds, the tribe faced the wrath of nature. Thunder rumbled like a great beast, and lightning slashed across the sky. Fear gripped their hearts as they sought shelter among the trees. But even in this chaos, they found solace in their beliefs. The spirits, they whispered, were angry, but they were also wise. In this moment of despair, they turned to one another, hands clasped, and began to chant. Their voices rose, a powerful force against the storm, calling upon the spirits to guide them through the tempest. And then came the calm, a stillness so profound it felt as if the world itself held its breath. Suddenly, the clouds parted, revealing a sky painted with hues of gold and violet, and the tribe emerged from their sanctuary, hearts racing with adrenaline and awe. In that moment, they understood. They were not alone. The spirits were with them, communicating through the elements, teaching them resilience and strength. They danced in celebration, a wild abandon fueled by the realization that they were part of a living, breathing web of existence. As seasons shifted, so too did their understanding of the world. They learned to read the signs, the migration of birds, the blooming of flowers, the retreat of the sun. Each shift in nature spoke volumes, guiding them like an intricate map. They began to mark their calendars not with numbers, but with memories of harvests, with the return of the salmon, with the first snowfall. Each event, a sacred ritual, a communion with the earth that sustained them. The whispers of the spirits grew stronger, merging with the sounds of the wind and the rustle of leaves. They began to create art, not just for beauty, but as a way to honor their beliefs. Images of animals adorned cave walls, vibrant colors echoing the life that surrounded them. These were not mere decorations. They were sacred offerings, a way to connect with the divine. Each stroke of the hand carried a prayer, each image a story waiting to be told. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the tribe gathered once more. They shared their dreams, their fears, their hopes, and in this circle they found strength. They spoke of the spirits that watched over them, of the ancestors who had walked before, and of the legacy they were creating. Each voice, a thread in the intricate tapestry of belief, binding them closer together. And as the stars ignited the night sky, it became clear that this was only the beginning. With every heartbeat, they felt the pulse of connection, a bond to each other, to the earth, and to the spirits that danced in the dark. They understood their place in the vast universe, a beautiful, chaotic dance of life, spirit, and mystery. With the fire crackling softly, a new story began to take shape, one that would lead them into the unknown, a journey not just of survival, but of discovery. The winds howled softly, as if gently urging them forward, whispering of paths yet to be taken and mysteries yet to be uncovered. And so they sat, eyes glimmering with the light of the fire, ready for whatever the night and their beliefs had in store for them next. In the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, shadows danced across the clay walls of a small Mesopotamian dwelling. Outside, the wind whispered ancient secrets, carrying with it the distant sounds of a bustling market. But within, a young girl named Ishtar listened intently, her wide eyes reflecting the flickering flame. The walls of her home were adorned with carvings of gods and fierce creatures, each telling a story older than time itself. Little did she know, the gods were not just figures of stone. They were living beings, intertwined with the fate of humanity, shaping destinies with every breath. The gods of Mesopotamia were as numerous as the stars in the night sky. There was Anu, the sky god, whose very gaze could spark fear in the hearts of mortals. He was the overseer of the heavens, a majestic figure whose presence demanded reverence. Then came Enlil, the god of wind and storms whose voice roared like thunder. To anger him was to invite chaos, and his wrath could flood the Tigris and Euphrates, turning fertile fields into barren wastelands. Ishtar, the goddess of love and war, was fierce and alluring, her duality reflecting the delicate balance of life and death. With each whisper of her name, hearts raced and battles ignited. But what of the creatures that roamed the land, both divine and monstrous? The Anunnaki, ancient beings said to descend from the heavens, were both revered and feared. With their otherworldly wisdom, they taught humanity the arts of agriculture and civilization. Yet, they were not mere mentors. They demanded loyalty, and their judgment was swift. A sudden thought struck Ishtar. What if they were watching her now, her every move a thread in the elaborate tapestry of fate? The great Gilgamesh, a hero forged from the very essence of gods and men, walked these lands long ago. His story echoed in the hearts of the people. The Epic of Gilgamesh told of his quest for immortality, a journey that led him to confront the mighty Humbaba, the terrifying guardian of the cedar forest. As Ishtar imagined the clash of these titans, she felt a chill crawl up her spine. Humbaba, with a face like a lion and a roar that could shake mountains, was a creature born of nightmares, yet with a heart that knew both rage and sorrow. The tale of their battle was a reminder that even the strongest could falter, and even the fiercest could feel fear. The gods above and the creatures below created a world thick with tension and emotion, where every prayer uttered carried weight. Men and women knelt in the dust, their hands clasped, pleading for favor. They offered sacrifices to appease the gods, from simple grains to the most treasured livestock. The scent of incense swirled around altars, mingling with the cries of the faithful. It was a heart-stopping moment when Ishtar witnessed a priest raise a dagger to the sky. A single drop of blood spilled on sacred soil. In that moment, she felt the heartbeat of the world, the pulse of divine connection. Yet, with every act of devotion came stories of betrayal and treachery. The gods were not infallible. Jealousy and vengeance coursed through their veins. The tale of Inanna's descent into the underworld revealed the darkness that lurked even among the divine. Her journey was one of sacrifice, an exploration of love and loss that resonated deeply with Ishtar. The fear of what awaited her in the shadows gave weight to her longing for freedom. The echoes of Inanna's story reverberated through time, whispering warnings of the price to be paid for power and desire. In Mesopotamia, the lines between the sacred and the profane were blurred. There was the myth of the Lamassu, a creature with the body of a bull and the head of a man, standing guard at the gates of cities. Their presence was both a symbol of protection and a reminder of the ferocity of the gods. As Ishtar gazed upon a carved lamassu in her home, she felt a shiver of awe. It was as if the creature was alive, watching over her, its strength resonating deep within her soul. What would it be like to wield such power, to command respect and fear with a single glance? The Sumerians spoke of dragons, majestic beings that soared through the skies, leaving trails of fire in their wake. These magnificent creatures were not merely beasts, they were symbols of ancient wisdom, guardians of treasures untold. The myth of Tiamat, the dragon goddess of chaos, sent ripples of dread through Ishtar's heart. She knew stories of how Tiamat had birthed the first gods, only to turn against them in a rage fueled by betrayal. The clash of Tiamat and Marduk, the hero of Babylon, echoed with the sound of tearing heavens and shattering earth. The victory over chaos by divine order filled Ishtar with both fear and hope. The balance of power was delicate, and life hung by a fragile thread. The stories woven into the fabric of everyday life in Mesopotamia ignited hearts with both joy and terror. There were tales of creation, of how the world emerged from the waters of chaos, molded by the hands of the gods. Yet the same myths warned of the cataclysm that could ensue if the balance was disrupted. The weight of such knowledge bore down on Ishtar, her heart racing with the knowledge that she too was part of this vast narrative, a thread in a tapestry stretching beyond her imagination. As she sat in the twilight, the shadows of the gods and creatures loomed larger than life. Each figure carved in clay and stone whispered tales of power, love, and sacrifice. The air was thick with tension, and the distant sound of thunder echoed in the sky. Was it a sign, a warning from the gods? Ishtar sensed the presence of something greater than herself, a pull that beckoned her to the unknown, to the very edge of her dreams and nightmares. In that moment, the boundary between the mortal world and the realm of the divine blurred, and she felt a surge of determination. With the stories of gods and creatures swirling in her mind, Ishtar resolved to forge her own path, to write her own tale. The fate of Mesopotamia rested not just in the hands of the gods, but also in the hearts of those who dared to dream. And as the storm clouds gathered above, she knew the next chapter was about to unfold, carrying with it the weight of ancient secrets and the promise of new beginnings. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the vast expanse of the Nile, where ancient whispers echoed through the sands. It was a world steeped in shadows and light, where the air crackled with the energy of gods and beasts woven into the very fabric of life. Here, the Egyptian pantheon stood tall and formidable, a breathtaking tapestry of divine beings and mythical creatures that captured the hearts and imaginations of a civilization. At the center of this cosmic dance was Ra, the sun god, whose radiant form soared across the sky each day, his fiery chariot illuminating the land. His presence was a beacon of life, but also a reminder of the relentless passage of time. It was said that when night fell, he journeyed through the Duat, the underworld, battling the serpent Apophis, a monster of chaos determined to snuff out the light. The very thought of this eternal struggle sent shivers down the spines of the ancient Egyptians, who understood that each sunrise was a triumph over darkness. Beside Ra stood Osiris, the god of the afterlife, draped in white linen and crowned with green foliage, embodying the cycle of death and rebirth. His story was both tragic and awe-inspiring. Betrayed by his own brother Set, he was cut into pieces and scattered across the land. But through the devotion of his wife, Isis, and the courage of their son, Horus, Osiris was resurrected, forever symbolizing hope and renewal. The people revered him, painting his likeness on tomb walls and whispering prayers for a safe passage to the afterlife. The very thought of his resurrection ignited a flame of hope in the hearts of those who faced the inevitable end. Then there was Isis, the great mother goddess, her gentle strength radiating warmth and compassion. With her wings outstretched, she embraced her children, offering protection and comfort. Tales of her cleverness and resilience rippled through the land as she outsmarted the cunning Set and brought her husband back from the dead. Her tears mingled with the Nile, believed to nourish the soil and ensure bountiful harvests. In her presence, the people felt a connection to the divine, a sense that they were never alone in their struggles. But the pantheon was not solely composed of benevolent gods. Set, the god of chaos and desert storms, loomed like a dark cloud, embodying the unpredictable nature of life. His jackal-like head and fierce demeanor struck fear into the hearts of many. To some, he was a necessary force, a reminder of the balance that existed in the world. The Egyptians knew that without chaos there could be no order. It was this duality, the constant dance between light and darkness, that defined their understanding of existence. Anubis, the enigmatic god of mummification and the protector of graves, walked silently through the shadows, overseeing the journey of souls into the afterlife. His sleek black jackal head symbolized the mystery of death, and his presence brought both fear and comfort to those contemplating their mortality. He weighed the hearts of the deceased against the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth and justice. The fate of each soul hung in the balance, and with bated breath the living offered tributes, hoping for a favorable judgment. In this rich tapestry of deities, mythical beasts prowled the edges, adding layers of wonder and terror. The Sphinx, with the body of a lion and the head of a human, stood the sentinel, guarding the secrets of the ages. She posed riddles to all who dared approach, testing their wisdom and resolve. Failure meant certain doom, but success brought enlightenment and the promise of mysteries unveiled. The legends of her encounters echoed through the ages, warning travelers to tread carefully in the realms of the divine. Bastet, the goddess of home and fertility, offered a softer contrast to the fierce guardians of the pantheon. With the playful grace of a domestic cat, she embodied both the nurturing spirit of motherhood and the fierce protector of the home. Her dual nature reflected the complexities of life itself, the tender moments interlaced with the harsh realities of existence. The people adored her, gathering at her shrines, their hearts lifting as they prayed for her blessings. And then there was Horus, the falcon-headed god, soaring high above the land, his piercing gaze watching over the people. As the avenger of his father, Osiris, Horus embodied the struggle for justice and order. His battles against Set were legendary, fierce clashes that resonated with the heartbeat of the nation. With every conflict, the people felt the pulse of their own lives reflected in his struggles, a constant reminder of the fight for balance in a world filled with chaos. Yet, amidst the grandeur of the pantheon, mythical beasts like the griffin and the phoenix ignited the imagination. The griffin, with the body of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle, symbolized strength and majesty. Tales of its fierce loyalty and protection filled the air, and it became a guardian in both life and death. The phoenix, a creature of fire and rebirth, captivated the hearts of many. Its ability to rise from ashes inspired hope, promising that even after destruction, life would flourish anew. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the land, the ancient Egyptians offered prayers and sacrifices to these deities, seeking favor and protection. Their hearts raced with a mix of fear and reverence, knowing that the gods were always watching, their whims unpredictable. In the depths of the night, the stories of the pantheon danced like shadows against the flickering flames of oil lamps, a constant reminder of the thin veil between life and death, order and chaos. With every whispered prayer, the connection between mortals and divine beings deepened. The people understood that their lives were intricately woven into the fabric of these myths, where hope flourished amidst despair, and light battled against darkness. Each story, rich with emotion and meaning, served as a lifeline, guiding them through the complexities of existence. The pantheon stood not just as a collection of gods and beasts, but as a mirror reflecting the very essence of humanity, an eternal struggle for balance, understanding, and connection to something greater than themselves. As dusk fell over the ancient ruins of Mohenjo-Daro, the air thickened with the weight of forgotten whispers. The once bustling streets, now silent and still, seemed to hum with the memories of a civilization that flourished long before the world knew of gods and kings. Here, beneath the soft glow of the setting sun, lay the echoes of the Harappan people, craftspeople, traders, and the spiritual seekers of a land steeped in mystery. In this land of mud-brick homes and meticulously planned streets, the inhabitants worshipped deities whose names drift like dust in the wind. Statues of strange and powerful figures have emerged from the earth, their features worn but still striking. An enigmatic mother goddess cradling her children, a horned figure in a yogic pose. What stories did these forms once tell? What beliefs did they embody? These artifacts, ancient and sacred, hint at a world where spirituality intertwined with daily life, where every object held the breath of the divine. The people of the Indus Valley did not carve their deities from mere stone. They infused them with life, spirit, and the essence of their existence. As the sun dipped lower, the silhouette of a seated figure carved from steatite seemed to awaken, its face bearing the serene expression of a sage. Was this the prototype of a deity that transcended time? A guardian of wisdom? A custodian of the sacred knowledge that flowed through the veins of their society? Those who lived here knew the rhythm of the seasons, the cycle of life and death, and the presence of something greater than themselves. Among the ruins, a haunting artifact lay half buried in the earth, an intricately designed seal that depicted a horned deity surrounded by animals. This god, revered and feared in equal measure, was believed to oversee fertility and the natural world. As brushes of wind caressed the surface of the seal, it stirred memories of ancient rituals performed under the watchful eyes of this powerful being. The people would gather, vibrant and hopeful around sacred fires, their voices rising in song to praise the deities they believed shaped their fates. Even more elusive was the enigmatic figure of the mother goddess. Statues of her, with full breasts and wide hips, suggest she was a symbol of fertility and nurturing, a promise of sustenance and life. The women of the Harappan civilization would have gathered to honor her, weaving garlands of flowers, offering grains, and sharing stories of growth and rebirth. The air would have been thick with the scent of incense, and the sounds of laughter mixed with prayer, creating a tapestry of devotion that bound the community together. Yet, as much as the people adored their deities, shadows loomed. The city of Harappa faced challenges that no prayer could solve: floods, droughts, and perhaps even wars. The resilience of the spiritual bond among the people was tested, each crisis a tumultuous wave that threatened to wash away their beliefs. Did their gods respond in silence, or did they, too, feel the tremors of despair? As the sun settled into the horizon, one could almost hear the collective heartbeat of a civilization clinging to hope in the face of uncertainty. The scars of time have buried the answers, but the artifacts remain as witnesses. A clay figurine adorned with jewelry reflects the artistry and devotion of its creators. It stands not just as a toy for a child, but as a small offering to the divine, a reminder that even in the mundane, the sacred lies waiting to be acknowledged. The people of the Indus Valley did not live in isolation. They were part of a larger narrative, woven into the fabric of early humanity's quest for meaning. Then there were the granaries, monumental structures that hinted at a sophisticated understanding of storage and surplus. They were not merely places for grain, but symbols of abundance bestowed by the gods. What prayers were whispered as the harvest filled these spaces? The blessings of the deities would have been a daily thought for the farmers, their hands stained with earth as they toiled under the sun, awaiting the fruits of their labor. There was a sacred rhythm to their work, a sense of partnership with the divine that flowed through the fields and into their very beings. But amid the abundance existed a haunting fear. The fear of the unknown, of the forces of nature that could bring both fertility and destruction. As night fell completely, the stars twinkled above like watchful eyes, bearing witness to the rituals that unfolded in the darkness. Fires flickered, shadows danced, and voices rose in unison, calling upon the gods to protect them from calamity. The weight of their prayers echoed in the stillness, seeking answers from the heavens as if the universe itself would respond. The spiritual landscape of the Harappan civilization was as intricate as their well-planned cities. Each deity, each ritual, and each offering was a thread woven into the larger tapestry of their existence. Yet, as generations passed, the details of their beliefs began to fade, swallowed by the sands of time. What a tragic fate it is to be forgotten, to have one's essence scattered like ashes in the wind. That lingering sadness casts a shadow over these ruins, echoes of a vibrant spirituality, now muted, and just as the past slips into obscurity, a new world emerges, where the echoes of the gods are replaced by the clamor of modernity. Yet beneath the concrete and steel, the ancient whispers still linger, waiting to be heard. The forgotten gods of the Indus Valley may have faded, but their stories beckon to those willing to listen. The remnants of Harappan spirituality are not merely relics of an ancient time. They are an invitation to remember the connections that unite humanity in its search for the divine. As the night deepens, the stars blaze with a fierce intensity, as if urging the lost spirits of the Harappan people to rise once more and share their tales. The ruins stand as a testament, not just to a civilization that once flourished, but to the eternal quest for understanding, the longing for connection with something greater. Even now, as the world spins onward, the legacy of these forgotten gods entangles with the present, whispering to those who dare to seek the truth hidden in the shadows of the past. The sky was a canvas of bruised purple as the sun sank behind jagged mountains, casting a long shadow over the ancient landscape. It was here, amid the crumbling ruins of a forgotten world, that whispered tales of titans, monsters, and lost deities wrapped themselves around the hearts of those who dared to listen. A chill ran down the spine of anyone who ventured too close to the tales etched in stone, for they hinted at powers far greater than any mere mortal could contain. In the beginning, there were the Titans, colossal beings birthed from the primordial chaos. They towered above the heavens, their forms a blend of beauty and terror. Their leader, Cronus, wielded a sickle with the strength to cut through the fabric of time itself. It was a weapon that did not just harvest grain but harvested fate, devouring his own children out of fear that they would one day overthrow him. The irony sat heavy in the air. The very act meant to preserve his rule would lead to his downfall. The echoes of his fear resonated through the ages, a reminder that power often breeds paranoia. Amidst them was Rhea, the Great Mother, who birthed not just children but destinies. With every child, she carried the weight of the world, her heart a tumultuous sea. When she finally decided to save her youngest son, Zeus, from Cronus's ravenous maw, she wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes and handed it to her husband. The stone, cold and lifeless, would become a symbol of sacrifice, and Zeus would rise from the shadows, a flame igniting in the heart of darkness. It wasn't long before the Titans clashed against the Olympians, a war that shook the very foundations of the earth. The ground trembled beneath the feet of giants and the sky erupted with their fury. Lightning, wielded by Zeus, crackled with divine wrath as he hurled it down upon the Titans. The chaos of battle painted the heavens in shades of crimson, and their cries echoed through the valleys, a haunting melody of both glory and despair. But even as the Titans fell, their legacy lived on. Monsters born from their wrath, twisted and malformed, crept into the world. The Cyclopes, with their single, glaring eye, forged weapons of unimaginable power. They were both creators and destroyers, trapped in the cycle of their own existence. Each swing of their hammers echoed like thunder, a reminder that creation often walks hand in hand with destruction. The Minotaur lurked in the labyrinth, a grotesque fusion of man and beast, forever lost in a maze of his own making. His roars were the cries of anguish, a testament to the pain of being the product of a curse. Those who entered the labyrinth did so with a thrill, but the thrill turned to terror as they became prey in a game they could never hope to win. The fear of the Minotaur's hunger became a tangible thing, wrapping itself around the hearts of many, a dark fog that consumed the brave and the foolish alike. And then there were the lost deities, the forgotten ones who once danced on the fringes of worship. Their names faded from prayer, leaving only echoes of their once mighty presence. Hecate, the goddess of magic and witchcraft, wandered through the shadows, her three faces reflecting the past, present, and future. She whispered secrets to those who dared to seek her in the dead of night, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves, yet as ominous as the howl of the wind. Pan, the half-man, half-goat, roamed the forests, his laughter a wild symphony that beckoned both joy and fear. He embodied the wild spirit of nature, a reminder that beauty can be both enchanting and dangerous. His panpipes played melodies that could lure even the most steadfast souls into the depths of the woods, where they might never return. The air was thick with his mischief, a dance between joy and dread. As vines twisted around the feet of unsuspecting travelers. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a palpable tension hung in the air, like the last note of a song. The stories of the Titans, monsters, and lost deities intermingled, weaving a rich tapestry of emotions that captivated the heart. Each tale spoke of power, fear, love, and loss, binding the listener in an embrace that felt both beautiful and tragic. But even as the darkness fell, the promise of dawn lingered just out of reach, whispering of new beginnings and endless possibilities. The spirits of those lost, both titans and deities, lingered in the corners of the night, haunting the dreams of mortals who dared to remember. With their stories still echoing, the lines between myth and reality blurred, and the thrill of the unknown tugged at the edges of every heart, urging them to remember, to believe. And so the shadows lengthened, drawing the curious closer to the edge of understanding. The flickering light of ancient fires illuminated faces filled with wonder and fear, each person a vessel of untold stories, yearning to grasp the threads of the past. What lay beyond the veil of the night? What secrets would the dawn reveal? The answers were written in the stars, waiting to reawaken the echoes of titans, monsters, and deities long lost in time. The cold wind howled through the towering trees, whispering ancient songs of battles long past. In the shadows of the mountains, giants roamed, the Jotun, colossal beings born from the very fabric of chaos, their hearts as wild as the storms that brewed around them. These giants were not mere creatures of the earth. They were the very embodiment of chaos, the antithesis to the gods who ruled the skies. In those days, the gods of Asgard towered with glory and strength. Odin, the Allfather, was a figure of wisdom and war, his single eye gleaming with the weight of knowledge gained from countless sacrifices. His throne, Hlidskjalf, offered him a view of all the 9 realms. Yet even from that lofty seat, he could not see the brewing storm of envy and rage among the Jotun. Each giant held a grudge, a burning desire to reclaim power lost to the deities who had banished them to the fringes of the world. Among the giants, there was one named Thiazi, whose stature was rivaled only by his ambition. With fiery hair that glowed like the sun, he plotted revenge against the gods, his heart darkened by jealousy. It was he who captured Idun, the goddess of youth, taking her apples of immortality and sentencing the gods to age and decay. As the gods weakened, the laughter of the giants echoed through the valleys, a haunting reminder of what once was. The gods, filled with dread, gathered in council. Thor, the mighty thunderer, clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. He was the protector, always ready for battle, wielding Mjolnir, the hammer that could level mountains. "We cannot let them take our light. We must fight," he bellowed, his voice like rolling thunder that shook the very foundations of the earth. Yet, even as he spoke, doubt lingered in the air, a flickering candle in the presence of an encroaching storm. Freya, the goddess of love and war, stood with a heavy heart. She knew the Jotun's strength and how their power could rival the gods. "Power is not merely strength, it is also wisdom," she cautioned, her voice soft yet firm. "We must outsmart them." But as she spoke, the shadows danced on the walls, and whispers of betrayal lingered in the corners of the room. Beneath the surface of this gathering, emotions swirled like a tempest. Loki, the trickster god, leaned against a pillar, a smirk playing on his lips. His loyalty was always questionable. A flickering flame that could ignite chaos or warmth. He reveled in the tension, knowing the precarious balance of power could shift at any moment. The gods needed him, but he thrived on their uncertainty. "What if I could help you retrieve Idun?" he offered, his voice dripping with mischief. The gods turned their gazes to him, distrust mingling with desperation. Thor growled, "Your help is a double-edged sword, Loki." The words hung in the air, thick with unspoken history. Betrayal had danced between them before, yet hope flourished amid uncertainty. The fate of the gods rested on a thread, frayed yet not severed. In the mountains, Thiazi felt the stirrings of fear among the gods. He knew that time was against them. His heart raced as he summoned his daughter, Skadi, a fierce warrior who shared her father's thirst for vengeance. "The gods will come for us," he warned, his voice resonating like thunder across the hills. "We must prepare for war." Skadi's eyes gleamed with excitement, for she longed to prove herself on the battlefield. She had dreams of crushing the gods underfoot, of glory that would echo through the ages. As the day turned to night, the realms of light and darkness awaited the inevitable clash. The frost giants gathered, their breath visible in the air, creating a mist that swirled ominously. Each giant, fierce and wild, tightened their grips on crude weapons forged from jagged rocks and ice. They sang songs of battle, their voices a chilling symphony of power and ferocity, while their laughter cracked like thunder, sending shivers through the mountains. The gods, too, prepared for the coming storm. With each sunrise, they trained, honing their skills beneath the watchful eye of Odin, who sought to unify them as one. They summoned their strength, knowing that each battle would chip away at their immortality, a price they were willing to pay to protect their world. Yet, doubt gnawed at their hearts, like a serpent coiling tighter with every passing moment. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, and the day of reckoning approached. The air crackled with tension as Thor and Loki, warriors bound by fate, marched towards the giant's mountain lair. The ground trembled beneath their feet, echoing the hearts of the gods and giants alike, a rumble of impending conflict. Would the cunning of Loki balance the raw power of Thor? Or would the giant's sheer force crush the gods' hopes? As the two forces clashed, a storm brewed overhead, lightning crackling through the skies, illuminating the battlefield with flashes of brilliance. The giants charged, their roars shaking the heavens as they met the gods in a cataclysm of power and fury. Mjolnir flew through the air, striking down giants with a force that shattered the earth beneath them. Yet, from the shadows, Loki's deceitful nature began to reveal itself, threads of treachery weaving through the chaos. The clash of swords and the cries of warriors filled the air, a cacophony of life and death. Skadi fought like a whirlwind, her arrows finding their mark with precision, but the gods were relentless, fueled by desperation. Each strike Each shout echoed with the weight of their fate, their very essence shuddering at the thought of losing everything they had built. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, the tide of battle shifted. The forces of chaos and order danced a deadly waltz, neither willing to yield. The gods and giants were bound by rage and pride, their destinies intertwined in a tragic fate that echoed through the ages. In the midst of it all, a singular truth emerged. The battles fought in this world were not just for power, but for the very soul of existence itself, a struggle that would forever leave its mark on the annals of history. And as twilight descended, casting long shadows over the battlefield, the whispers of fate stirred in the air, hinting that this conflict was merely the beginning, a prologue to an age of legends yet to unfold. The echoes of giants and gods entwined like the roots of the Yggdrasil, binding their fates together in a dance of chaos and order, forever caught in an endless loop of struggle and ambition. A thick mist slithered through the ancient forest, wrapping around the gnarled trunks of towering trees as if the very earth was holding its breath. The sound of rustling leaves whispered secrets long forgotten, and the air crackled with magic, a gentle reminder that the land was alive with spirits unseen. These were the Celtic gods, beings of immense power who danced between worlds, threading their existence through the fabric of nature itself. In this sacred landscape, the mighty Dagda stood tall, draped in a cloak of authority, his presence an embodiment of abundance and strength. His great cauldron, ever brimming with food, symbolized both nourishment and the cycles of life, birth, death, and rebirth. With a single gesture, he could summon the bounty of the earth, a gift to his people. People spoke of his magical harp, a wondrous instrument that could change the seasons with its melodies. Laughter and sorrow intermingled in the air, echoing the joys of summer and the chill of winter. It was said that when Dagda played, even the very stones wept. Beside him, the fierce goddess Brigid radiated warmth like a crackling fire. A protector of the hearth and the forge, Brigid was the light that inspired creativity and healing. Her sacred wells brimmed with life-giving water, each drop infused with the promise of renewal. As she tended her flames, every flicker danced like hopes and dreams waiting to take flight. The very soil thrummed with her spirit, a reminder of her connection to the earth and its cycles. In the soft glow of twilight, whispers of her name echoed through the glens, urging the people to honor her with offerings of poetry, crafts, and song. Yet not all were gentle and serene. The fierce warrior goddess Morrigan loomed like a storm on the horizon, a complex figure who embodied both fate and destruction. With her raven-black hair and piercing gaze, she commanded the battlefield, a harbinger of doom for those who dared cross her. She was the voice of prophecy, foretelling the rise and fall of kings. Every battle cry she uttered sent shivers down the spine of even the bravest warriors. Her presence in the sky, a trio of crows, heralded the approaching chaos, a reminder that life was a tapestry of both triumph and sorrow. Oengus, the youthful god of love, danced through the meadows like the gentle breeze of spring. His laughter was contagious, a melody that floated on the air, a song of budding romance and sweet encounters. With a heart full of dreams, he wandered through groves where blossoms bloomed. The stories of his love for the beautiful Care were known by all, a tale of longing and transformation that transcended time. The magic of their love filled the streams and kissed the petals of flowers, a poignant reminder that love could conquer even the darkest of sorrows. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadowy figure of Lu emerged, the god of light and craftsmanship. He wielded a spear that shimmered like the first stars. With mastery over many skills, he was both warrior and artist, embodying the brilliance of human potential. In his presence, the air buzzed with energy, a spark of inspiration igniting creativity in those around him. Warriors gathered in front of crackling fires, sharing tales of heroism and valor. And Luke's spirit infused their words with fervor, urging them to transcend their limits. The great spirits of the land were not bound to the heavens. They walked among the people, guiding them through the labyrinth of life. The Tuatha De Danann, the divine race of these gods, blended seamlessly with nature, their essence interwoven with the very fabric of the earth. Sacred oaks stood as their sentinels, with roots that reached deep into the soil, connecting the past with the present. It was said that one could hear the whispers of the gods on a quiet night, their voices carried by the wind as they watched over their beloved land. Amidst the lush hills and shimmering lakes, the ancient Druids, custodians of sacred knowledge, honored the Celtic gods with rituals that echoed through time. They gathered under the watchful gaze of the moon, reciting incantations that reverberated like thunder, summoning the spirits to bless their endeavors. Each stone circle bore witness to the intertwining of the mortal and divine, a sacred space where prayers danced upon the air, intertwining with the heartbeat of the earth. The Celtic gods were more than mere figures of myth. They were the pulse of the land, the laughter of children, and the tears of the heartbroken. They embodied the struggles of humanity: love, loss, hope, and despair. Every tale woven into the fabric of their existence resonated deeply with the people, a mirror reflecting their joys and sorrows. They taught the lessons of balance, reminding the mortals that within every storm there lay the promise of calm. As the night deepened with stars flickering like distant candles, the stories of the gods continued to breathe life into the world. The fires burned bright, casting shadows that danced and flickered, whispering the names of ancient heroes and spirits. A young warrior, fueled by dreams of glory, felt the weight of destiny upon his shoulders. He could hear the echoes of the past, the voices of the gods urging him to rise, to embrace the path laid before him. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a reminder that the gods were always listening, ready to intervene in the tapestry of fate. In the silence of the night, the forest thrummed with energy, a reminder that the line between the mundane and the divine was ever so thin. The Celtic gods were not just figures of legend, they were the very essence of existence, the heartbeat of a land steeped in magic and mystery. As the young warrior closed his eyes, he felt their presence surrounding him, a whisper of strength and courage flowing through his veins, preparing him for the epic tale that was yet to unfold. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the African savanna. Shadows danced among the tall grasses, whispering secrets of ancient spirits. Here, in this vast land, every rustle held a story, every breeze carried a memory. Beneath the surface of the earth, the spirits of ancestors stirred, their presence felt in the beating hearts of those who walked upon it. This place was more than a landscape. It was a tapestry woven from the threads of time, rich with the essence of ancestral deities and legendary creatures. In the villages dotting the continent, the faces of the people bore witness to this connection. Each elder carried a wealth of knowledge, stories etched in the lines of their skin. They spoke of powerful deities like Nyame, the sky god revered by the Akan people, whose laughter echoed through the thunder. He was not distant. He was a guiding hand, a spirit that shaped the destinies of those below him. The villagers would gather by the fire, eyes wide with wonder, as tales of Nyame's creation unfurled like the flickering flames. His presence was a reminder of the beauty and complexity of existence itself, a force that intertwined with the lives of the living. Then there were the trickster figures, like Anansi, the spider god of the Ashanti. Anansi's tales carried laughter and wisdom in equal measure, teaching lessons of resilience and cleverness. His webs connected not just realms, but hearts. Children giggled as they listened to the tales, their imaginations ignited by the thought that a clever spider could outsmart even the mightiest of beasts. Stories of Anansi's mischief echoed through the night, weaving a bond among generations. a legacy passed down with every word. As the night deepened, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Shadows grew longer, and the air crackled with energy. In the dense forests, creatures of legend roamed, beasts that straddled the line between reality and myth. The Nandi bear, a creature said to haunt the mountains of Kenya, stirred in the underbrush. It was more than a mere animal. It was a guardian spirit, a protector of the land. Whispers of its ferocity sent shivers through the spines of those who dared venture into its territory. Yet, amidst the fear, there was reverence, a recognition of its role in the balance of nature. In the heart of the Congo, the Mokelembembe lurked in the depths of the rivers, a gentle giant that captured the imagination of all who heard its name. Descriptions varied, but the essence remained. A creature that held the wisdom of the ages. Fishermen would offer prayers before casting their nets, honoring the ancient spirit that watched over them. They believed that to encounter the Mokelembembe was a sign of good fortune, a blessing from the waters that nourished their lives. Each splash of the oar echoed with respect, a silent acknowledgement of the bond between humans and the creatures that shared their world. Under the watchful gaze of the stars, some would recount tales of the Shaneks, mischievous forest spirits known to play tricks on unsuspecting travelers. Their laughter rang like bells through the trees, enchanting yet eerie. It was said that losing one's way in the forest was a dance with these spirits who delighted in the bewilderment of the lost. But within their mischief lay a lesson: to respect the land and its spirits, for they were the keepers of sacred knowledge. To tread lightly was to honor the past, to recognize the threads of connection that bound all beings together. As the drums began to beat, a rhythmic pulse filled the air, pulling people toward the sacred grove. The fire crackled, illuminating the faces of those gathered. A blend of excitement, reverence, and anticipation hung thick in the atmosphere. It was a moment that transcended time, where ancestors were called upon, their presence felt in the flickering shadows. Each beat of the drum resonated with the heartbeat of the earth, a reminder that the spirits of the ancestors were never truly gone. They walked alongside the living, guiding them through life's trials. In this sacred space, an elder stood, their voice weaving an incantation that seemed to bridge worlds. The air shimmered with energy as the stories of deities and legendary creatures flowed from their lips, each tale a thread connecting the past to the present. Listeners were spellbound, their eyes reflecting the flames of the fire as they felt the weight of history resting upon their shoulders. Every word was a reminder of their roots, the richness of their culture, and the spirits that walked with them. In that moment, a child's laughter pierced the solemnity, a small figure darting between the legs of adults, their innocence a pure expression of joy. It felt like a dance with the very essence of life itself, a celebration of existence. The elders smiled, their hearts swelling with pride, for in that laughter echoed the voices of generations gone by. It was a reminder that life continued, that the stories would endure, carried forth by the young. Just beyond the flames, the night was alive with movement. Shadows flitted past, a dance of creatures both seen and unseen. The spirits of the ancestors mingled with the living, their presence palpable, an invisible thread binding them together. The air was filled with a song that transcended language, a melody sung by the earth itself, resonating in harmony with the hearts of those gathered. The night stretched on, filled with the pulse of drums and the whispers of spirits. The tales of the ancestors and their deities blended seamlessly with the laughter of children, creating a tapestry of emotion that enveloped all. A shared understanding emerged, one that spoke of respect, love, and the delicate balance of life. As the fire flickered, the stories of the past mingled with the dreams of the future, an eternal cycle that would never truly end. And in that sacred space, as the stars shimmered like the eyes of ancient beings, the heartbeat of Africa echoed, reminding everyone that the spirits were always near, waiting to guide them through the mystery of their existence. The wind howled through the ancient canyons, a mournful sound that carried whispers of the past. Shadows danced in the flickering firelight as the stories of the indigenous spirits of the Americas came alive once more, weaving through the fabric of time like a gossamer thread, binding the living to the unseen. In this vast land, spirits roamed, some fierce and others gentle, each one a guardian of nature, history, and the dreams of a people. At the dawn of creation, the Great Spirit, known as the Great Mystery, breathed life into the world. From the mountains to the rivers, every rock and tree was infused with a purpose, a soul. The earth trembled with the power of these spirits, each one reflecting the vast diversity of the tribes that called this land home. The stories of their gods and creatures resonated through the ages, echoing from generation to generation, rich with lessons of love, loss, and connection to the earth. Among the most revered was the coyote, a trickster whose cunning could shift the very fabric of reality. Not merely a creature of mischief, the coyote taught the importance of adaptability and resilience. He danced on the edge of chaos, reminding the people of the thin line between wisdom and folly. When the nights grew dark and the paths seemed lost, it was the coyote's laughter that rang out, a beckoning to embrace the unexpected twists of life. In the lush forests of the Pacific Northwest, the great thunderbird soared above, a magnificent creature whose wings cast shadows over the land. With each flap, thunder rumbled and lightning lit the sky, a powerful reminder of nature's might. It was said that the thunderbird carried the spirits of the brave, watching over them in battle, granting strength and courage. He was revered not just as a god of storms, but as a symbol of hope, inspiring warriors and dreamers alike to rise above their challenges. To the east, where the sun kissed the horizon, the intricate tales of the Iroquois spoke of the Earth Mother, a nurturing spirit who cradled the world in her embrace. The land flourished under her care, brimming with life. When the first corn broke through the soil, it was a gift from her, a testament to the bond between humanity and nature. The Earth Mother reminded the people of their responsibilities to the land, urging them to respect and honor the gifts they received. When her tears fell as rain, they danced in gratitude, knowing that every drop was a blessing for the harvest to come. In the arid deserts of the Southwest, the snake emerged, a symbol of transformation and renewal. The Pueblo peoples revered this creature, seeing in it the cycle of life and death. The snake slithered through the sands, shedding its skin, reminding the people that change is not to be feared but embraced. This spirit taught the importance of resilience, of finding strength in vulnerability, and of the beauty that emerges from letting go. As the night deepened, the stories turned to the enigmatic Wendigo, a creature born from the whispers of the wind and the echoes of hunger. It was said to be a spirit of insatiable desire, a warning against the dangers of greed and excess. In the chilling tales told around flickering fires, the Wendigo served as a reminder of the balance in life, a haunting figure that lurked in the shadows, waiting for those who lost their way. Its presence stirred a primal fear, urging the people to respect the land and live harmoniously with their surroundings. The spirits of the Americas were not just phantoms. They embodied the very essence of the world. The rivers flowed with the stories of the water spirits, guardians of the life-giving liquid that nurtured all. From the mighty Mississippi to the serene streams of the Andes, they sang songs of renewal, urging the people to honor water as a sacred gift. Each drop carried the power of life, and the water spirits reminded them that to pollute was to pollute their own existence. In the shadows of the mountains, the bear watched over the land, a symbol of strength and introspection. In times of struggle, the people turned to the bear for guidance, seeking the wisdom that lay in silence and solitude. They understood that true strength often came from stillness, from listening to the whispers of their own hearts. The bear taught them to embrace their fears and emerge stronger, ready to face the world anew. Fires crackled as tales of the moon spirit lit up the night, illuminating the faces of the listeners, their eyes wide with wonder. She was the keeper of dreams, a mysterious figure who guided the souls of the departed and watched over the living. The moon spirit inspired creativity and reflection, her gentle glow reminding all to look beyond the ordinary and seek the extraordinary within themselves. In her luminous presence, the night transformed, revealing secrets hidden in the shadows. And then there were the countless other spirits, each with a story, a lesson, a heartbeat that resonated with the pulse of the earth. Every creature, every god, every whisper of the wind carried the weight of history, crafting a tapestry of existence that was as vibrant as the colors of the sunset. They were woven into the daily lives of the people, guiding them through joy and sorrow, loss and love. As the stories flowed like the rivers that shaped the land, the fire crackled with the warmth of connection. The spirits danced in the flickering light, an unseen audience connecting the past with the present, binding the hearts of those who listened. Their tales hung in the air, alive with the magic of memory and hope, waiting for the next chapter to unfold as the spirits continued to watch, to guide, and to inspire. With each heartbeat, the night deepened, holding its breath in anticipation of the stories yet to come. The spirits lingered, a promise whispering through the cool night air. The journey was far from over, and the call of the ancestors echoed still, inviting all to open their hearts to the mysteries of the world that lay ahead. Beneath the shimmering surface of the Pacific Ocean, where the sun kisses the water and the horizon stretches infinitely, ancient whispers coil like seaweed in the currents. Here, the stories of deities and beasts pulse with life, waiting for those brave enough to listen. Each wave carries tales of gods who wield the storms, creatures that glide through the depths, and spirits that guard the shores. In the islands of Polynesia, the name Kanaloa resonates like a distant thunderclap. He is the god of the ocean, the keeper of the undercurrents, and the master of the deep. His presence is felt in the crashing surf and the gentle lapping of waves against canoe hulls. Fishermen offer prayers to him before casting their nets, hoping for a bountiful catch. A chill runs down the spine when tales are told of his wrath, how he could summon monstrous waves that swallowed whole fleets in an instant. The sight of an ominous cloud formation on the horizon stirs unease in the hearts of those who know his power. But Kanaloa is not alone. In the lush forests of Fiji, the goddess Nakau is revered. She is depicted as a beautiful woman with flowing hair that shimmers with the colors of the ocean's depths. Nakau sings to the fish, luring them to the shores, and her laughter echoes through the valleys, mingling with the rustling leaves. Yet her beauty conceals a cunning nature. Legends speak of her jealous heart. Anyone who dared to disrespect her domain faced her fury. Fishermen who caught more than their share of fish would return to find their nets torn, their boats capsized, and their spirits haunted by the sound of her haunting wails. As night descends, the ocean transforms into a world of mystery. Creatures of myth rise from the depths, and among them lurks the dreaded mo'o, a dragon-like beast said to dwell in the murky waters of the Hawaiian Islands. With scales that shimmer like moonlight on water, the mo'o is both feared and revered. It is told that it guards sacred springs and fish ponds, and those who encounter it are never the same. Many claim to have felt its cold breath against their skin, a sign of impending doom. But for some, seeing the mo'o brings good fortune. A glimpse of its magnificent form is an omen of prosperity. On the shores of Tahiti, Teitahi, the guardian spirit of the sea, watches over the fishermen. He is often depicted as a tall figure, his body adorned with tattoos that tell the story of the ocean's history. When the waves crash violently, it is said that Teitahi is wrestling with unseen forces, protecting his people from danger. Locals speak of nights filled with eerie luminescence, a sign that Teitahi is restless, calling upon the fish to rise to the surface. The air itself thickens with anticipation, and every sailor knows that to disrespect the guardian is to invite calamity. In stark contrast, the Marquesas Islands tell tales of the benevolent deity, Hina. She is the goddess of the moon and the ocean, a nurturing spirit who watches over women during childbirth and fishermen during their voyages. Her laughter is said to echo across the water, calming the storms and coaxing the fish to the surface. But to witness her smile, one must first earn her favor. Many a brave soul has ventured into the depths to uncover her treasures, only to return empty-handed, their hearts heavy with the weight of her expectations. The legends of the Pacific Islands are woven into the very fabric of life. As the sun sets, casting a golden glow over the water, villagers gather to share stories passed down through generations. A soft hush falls over the crowd as an elder rises to speak, their voice low and melodic. They recount the tale of the great Taniwa, a creature born from the ocean's fury, both protector and predator. Seen as a guardian of rivers, Taniwa is described as a massive eel or a dragon, its eyes glowing like embers in the dark. Those who encountered it on their journeys spoke of a feeling, part fear, part awe, that left them forever altered. The air thickens with tension as the elder's voice grows softer, drawing everyone closer. Sudden waves crash against the rocks, as if echoing the ancient stories of the sea. Shadows flicker in the firelight, and for a moment, it feels as if the gods themselves are listening, eager to see who will honor their legacy. In the remote islands of Micronesia, tales of the feared Rukong are whispered with trembling lips. A beast like no other, it is said to rise from the depths, its enormous body cloaked in shadows. Fishermen speak of a haunting song that lures them closer, only to reveal the Rukong in all its terrifying glory. No one has ever seen it and lived to tell the tale, but the very mention of its name sends shivers down the spines of men and women alike. As darkness envelops the ocean, the eerie call of the night birds fills the air, blending with the sounds of the waves. The community knows the legends are more than mere stories. They are warnings wrapped in enchantment, lessons from a time long past. Each tale carries a weight, a truth that binds the islanders to their past and to the ocean that both sustains and terrifies them. With every crashing wave, the gods seem to stir, and the spirits of the ocean shift restlessly beneath the surface. The line between reality and myth blurs, wrapping around the villagers like a comforting embrace, an endless cycle of reverence and fear, love and loss. Each tale told under the stars pulls the listeners deeper into the very essence of their existence, connecting them to their ancestors, the deities, and the beasts of the ocean. As dawn breaks and the light dances over the water, the magic of the night lingers. A reminder of the unseen forces that shape their lives. The ocean, vast and mysterious, continues to whisper its secrets, waiting for the next brave soul to listen. The moon hung low over the sprawling landscapes of ancient China, casting a silver glow that danced across the mountains and rivers, whispering secrets of the divine. In those quiet hours, the air, thick with the scent of jasmine and incense, the people of the Celestial Empire felt the presence of their gods. They were not distant beings, locked away in the heavens. They walked among the mortals, their breath woven into the fabric of everyday life. In the bustling markets of Chang'an, merchants called out, their voices rising above the clattering of hooves and the laughter of children. Yet, amidst the hum of commerce, there lurked a deeper current, an invisible thread connecting the earthly realm with the divine. It was said that the heavens were populated with powerful deities, each with their own stories and creatures that roamed the earth, governed by ancient laws of harmony and chaos. The Jade Emperor, the supreme ruler of heaven, watched over all with eyes like pools of still water, holding the wisdom of the ages. His throne, high above the clouds, was adorned with shimmering jewels, each representing a different aspect of nature. The people revered him, offering prayers and incense to seek his favor, hoping for good fortune and bountiful harvests. Under his watchful gaze, the seasons changed, the rivers flowed, and life pulsed through the land like a heartbeat. But the Jade Emperor was not alone. Beside him stood the goddess of mercy, Guanyin, her gentle laughter like the tinkling of bells, soothing the worries of the weary. She moved like a whisper, her compassion touching the lives of those who suffered. Legends spoke of her taking the form of a beautiful woman, walking the earth to comfort the sick and the sorrowful. Villagers would come to the foot of sacred mountains, lighting candles in her honor, sharing tears and hopes in equal measure. In stark contrast, the fierce warrior god, Guan Yu, known for his loyalty and strength, embodied honor and bravery. A towering figure with a flowing beard, he inspired men to fight valiantly in battle, wielding his crimson blade with unmatched skill. Tales of his heroism spread like wildfire, igniting the hearts of those who yearned for justice. Statues of him, painted in vibrant colors, stood sentinel in homes and towns, guarding against evil spirits and misfortune. The very air tingled with reverence in his presence, a reminder that courage prevailed over adversity. Yet, among these revered figures, darker entities lurked in the shadows. The Dragon King, master of the seas, could summon storms with a flick of his tail, a reminder of nature's untamed power. Fishermen offered him their catch, hoping to avoid the wrath of churning waters and raging winds. In the deep, dark depths of the oceans, his guardians, the fierce sea serpents, glided silently, their scales shimmering like moonlight, embodying both fear and fascination. The lore surrounding the Dragon King was rich with tales of fishermen lost to the sea, swallowed by monstrous waves, only to be claimed by the very god they had prayed to for protection. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the night grew alive with the whispers of the creatures that roamed the earth. The majestic phoenix, symbolizing rebirth and immortality, soared through the skies, its radiant feathers leaving trails of fire. Legends spoke of its song, a melody so hauntingly beautiful that even the coldest hearts would break upon hearing it. It was said that when the phoenix appeared, the world held its breath, for it heralded the dawn of a new era, a moment where life and death intertwined in a dance as ancient as time itself. In the depths of the enchanted forests, the mischievous Huli Jing, or fox spirits, played tricks on unsuspecting travelers, their laughter echoing through the trees. They were both revered and feared, possessing the power to shapeshift into stunningly beautiful women, capturing the hearts of men, leading them down twisted paths of desire and deceit. Folklore swirled around them, weaving tales of love lost and found, of hearts shattered and mended. Yet, beneath their playful exterior lay a depth of wisdom, a connection to the earth and its mysteries that few could comprehend. The harmony of this celestial network could not be broken without consequence. The balance between gods, spirits, and the mortal realm hinged on the reverence shown by the people. When neglect seeped into their hearts, strange occurrences unfolded. Crops withered, the skies darkened, and the rivers ran dry. Darkness would loom like a specter, a reminder of the delicate dance between gratitude and chaos. Temples, adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes, echoed with the prayers of those seeking forgiveness and the promise of restoration. In the stillness of the night, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the celestial beings gathered to discuss the fate of humankind. The gods, adorned in their fineries, shouted and whispered, their voices a symphony of power and authority. They debated the merits of humanity, weighing their virtues against their flaws. Would they intervene once more, or would they allow the mortals to find their way back to balance? The tension in the air crackled like static, a palpable force that held the entire universe in its thrall. Among the assembly, there brewed a sense of urgency. Perhaps it was the cries of a child echoing through the valleys, or the tears of farmers praying fervently for rain. Each plea resonated with a truth that echoed back to the heart of the divine. The gods knew they must act, for the delicate balance was tipping, and with it the fate of the celestial empire hung in the balance. As the dawn began to break, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, a decision loomed near. The gods would rise to their responsibilities, but the question remained: how would they choose to intervene? The air buzzed with anticipation, a promise of upheaval and transformation. And in the quiet corners of the celestial empire, the mortals continued their lives, blissfully unaware of the storm that gathered beyond their sight, waiting for the moment the heavens would reach down and change everything forever. The forest loomed, ancient trees arching overhead like watchful guardians, their gnarled branches whispering secrets of a time long past. A light fog clung to the ground, swirling gently as if the earth itself was alive with stories yearning to be told. In this land of the Ainu, the air crackled with an electric energy, charged with the presence of spirits that danced just beyond the veil of human perception. Each rustle of leaves, each distant call of a bird, served as a reminder that the forgotten gods of northern Japan were ever watchful. As dusk fell, the shadows lengthened, casting a shroud of mystery over the forest. The flickering flames of a small fire illuminated the faces of a gathering Ainu clan, their expressions a mix of reverence and anticipation. Elders, adorned in traditional garments, spoke in hushed tones about the spirits that inhabited the world around them. Each word dripped with history, a connection to the divine that had shaped their ancestors' lives for generations. They spoke of Kamui, the spirits that governed the natural elements, gods of the mountains, rivers, and animals, their names a melody rich with emotion, echoing the heartbeat of a culture that still clung to its roots. It was said that on certain nights the spirits would descend from the heavens, their luminous forms floating down to bless the people with gifts of wisdom and fortune. The crackling fire painted flickering images of these divine beings in the minds of the listeners. The children leaned closer, eyes wide with wonder, breathless in the presence of stories that held their very essence. The tale of the bear spirit, Iomante, stirred within them a sense of awe and reverence. He was the protector, the one who taught them the sacred ways of the hunt. The ceremony of Iomante was not merely a ritual. It was a profound communion, a heartfelt thank you for the life that sustained them. Yet, as the elders spoke, a shadow of sorrow entwined with their words. The once vibrant rituals, so integral to their existence, had begun to fade into obscurity. In a world where the clamor of modernity threatened to drown out the whispers of the past, the spirits felt neglected, their presence waning. How could they continue to bless a people who no longer honored them? The air thickened with an ache that resonated deep within the hearts of those gathered. A sudden rustle in the underbrush snapped them from their reverie, the tension palpable. A sense of urgency filled the air as the Ainu turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. What was lurking in the shadows? Was it a bear, an omen from the spirits, or merely the wind playing tricks? The uncertainty held them captive, hearts racing. Suddenly, from the depths of the woods, emerged a figure cloaked in darkness, a wildness that seemed to pulse with the very essence of nature itself. The clan held their breath, caught in a moment where fear and awe intertwined. The figure stepped into the flickering light of the fire, revealing a young Ainu woman, her eyes ablaze with determination. She carried with her the weight of generations, a living bridge between the past and the present. "Tonight," she proclaimed, her voice rising like a hymn, "we will honor the Kamui. We will call upon their names until they return to us. No longer will we let their whispers be lost." The fire crackled in agreement, sending sparks high into the air, as if the spirits themselves were responding to her call. In the depths of her heart, she felt the pull of the spirits, their stories coursing through her veins like ancient blood. Her mind flashed to the tales her grandmother had told her, of the fox spirit, who guided lost souls with its cunning, and the sea god, who gifted the Ainu with fish and prosperity. Each spirit bore a lesson, a connection to the land that was more than mere survival. It was a tapestry of existence woven by the hands of the divine. As she began to chant the names of the Kamui, the gathering joined her, their voices rising together in a haunting harmony that echoed through the forest. With each syllable, the air shifted, charged with a palpable energy. The trees swayed gently, as though responding to their call, and the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. But then, silence. The forest held its breath. The spirits, it seemed, were listening. In that suspended moment, a flicker of light appeared in the distance, growing brighter until it burst forth like the dawn. The Ainu gasped. What they saw was not just a display of light but a manifestation of the gods themselves. Figures danced between the trees, ethereal yet filled with strength. They moved with grace, their forms shifting as they embodied the very essence of nature, wild, free, and powerful. The bear spirit, strong and majestic, stood at the forefront, his gaze piercing yet gentle. He seemed to acknowledge the young woman, a connection forged across time. The air vibrated with his presence, reminding them of the sacred bond between humans and nature. The sea god, resplendent in shades of blue, flowed into view, evoking the waves and the bounty of life beneath the surface. He, too, was there to remind them of the abundance that surrounded them. The energy surged, igniting passion and fear alike. The clan felt their hearts racing, the weight of the moment pressing down upon them. Would their call have been enough? Would the spirits truly return? Or would they retreat once more into the forgotten realms of history? In that moment of uncertainty, the young woman stepped forward, her heart pounding like a drum. She extended her hands, palms open to the sky, a silent offering, a promise to honor the spirits with every breath, every action, and every thought. Around her, the clan followed suit, a sea of hands reaching toward the heavens, grounding themselves in the soil of their ancestors. The spirits, buoyed by their fervent devotion, responded in kind. A rush of wind swept through the clearing, filling their lungs with the breath of the gods. A faint, melodic laughter echoed within the trees, a sound that resonated with both joy and sorrow, an understanding that the past was not lost but waiting to be rekindled. In that shared moment of connection, boundaries dissolved. The Ainu felt the spirit's presence intertwining with their own, a tapestry of existence that defied time and space. The flickering firelight danced wildly, casting shapes on the forest floor as if the very ground was alive with movement and possibility. And so, as the forest thrummed with life, the gathering of the Ainu stood united, voices raised in a powerful chorus that reverberated through the night, calling forth the spirits that had long been forgotten. The tension hung in the air, thick and electric, as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for what was to come next. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and the sharp cry of a crow echoed through the tall, swaying grasses. Beneath the canopy of ancient trees, shadows danced as if the spirits of the forest were already awake, whispering secrets long buried in the soil. In this wild landscape, time blurred as the natural world held sway over the lives of mortals, a world where every rustle and flicker spoke of gods and creatures that shaped existence. The Slavic pantheon thrummed with life, resonating with echoes of devotion and fear. Among the verdant hills and dark waters, deities emerged, each with their stories woven into the very fabric of nature. Perun, the thunderous god, commanded the storms with a might that sent shivers down the spines of men. When the skies roared and lightning split the heavens, villagers would hide in fear, knowing that the power of Perun was both a protector and a harbinger of wrath. His authority was absolute, and the earth itself seemed to tremble at his footsteps. Then there was Veles, the cunning god of the underworld, who watched over the souls of the dead with a gaze that could freeze blood. Representing the dark, winding paths of fate, he lurked among the roots of trees, his presence felt in the chill of the night. Villagers spoke of him in hushed tones, recounting tales of lost souls who wandered into his domain, never to return. Veles was not merely a deity. He was a promise of what lay beyond the veil of life, a reminder of mortality's grip that tightened with each breath. In the midst of this divine tapestry was Mokosh, the goddess of fertility, weaving her magic through the fields of wheat and the gardens blooming with vibrant colors. Her hands cradled the earth, blessing it with abundance while nurturing the bond between the living and the land. Women would invoke her name during harvest, weaving flowers into their hair, honoring her with songs that floated through the air like whispers of hope. Mokosh's laughter mingled with the sound of rustling leaves, a reminder that life, in all its forms, was sacred. Dolya and Nedolya, personifications of good fortune and misfortune, shifted like the seasons. They reminded villagers that happiness and sorrow danced hand in hand, each moment a thread in the grand tapestry of existence. When the sun shone brightly on a bountiful harvest, Dolya's presence was felt, her warmth wrapping around families like a comforting cloak. Yet, as winter approached and the earth lay dormant under layers of frost, Nedolya would emerge, casting shadows of doubt and worry. The balance between their forces was delicate, a reminder that the wheel of fortune could turn at any moment. Among the spirits of nature, Leishi, the master of the forest, roamed with an aura of wildness that sent chills down the spine. A guardian of animals and plants, he could change his shape at will, his laughter echoing in the rustling branches. Those who strayed too far into his woods often returned with stories of strange encounters, feeling the touch of the forest's magic lingering on their skin. Leshy's presence was a reminder that nature was alive, brimming with enchantment and danger. In the depths of the underworld, the land of the dead was a haunting realm where spirits lingered, guided by the soft glow of Mokosh's nurturing essence. Here, the souls of the departed sought solace, their whispers weaving through the air like mist. The bridge between the living and the dead was fragile, and the Slavs revered it with rituals meant to honor their ancestors, acknowledging the thin line that separated existence from oblivion. As twilight descended, the boundary between the worlds grew even thinner. The flickering of candles illuminated the faces of those gathered for the evening's rites, their hearts beating in tune with ancient rhythms. They sang songs that echoed in the cool air, invoking the names of the gods, their voices mingling with the rustling leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. It was a sacred act, a reminder that the spirits of the forest watched over them, guiding their fates with an unseen hand. The moon hung low, casting a silvery glow over the landscape. And it was in this ethereal light that the mysteries of the pantheon unfolded. The night was alive with the sound of the unseen, a reminder that every shadow held a story, every whisper a name. It was a dance of light and dark, of worship and fear, played out against the backdrop of the silent woods, where the gods and spirits intermingled with the lives of mortals. As dawn approached, a new energy shimmered in the air. The spirits stirred, the gods awaiting the first rays of sunlight that would breathe life into the world again. The villagers felt a sense of anticipation, a tingling awareness of the power that surged through the earth, through their veins. Each day was a gift, a chance to honor the ancient ties that bound them to the land, to the deities that walked among them, invisible yet ever present. The sun broke free from the horizon, spilling golden light across the landscape, awakening the earth from its slumber. With it came the promise of renewal, the cycle that echoed through the ages. The Slavic pantheon was not just a collection of deities, it was a reflection of life itself, a vivid, tumultuous tapestry woven from threads of joy and sorrow, love and fear. And as the day unfolded, the villagers knew that amidst the laughter, the storms, and the quiet whispers of the dead, the dance of existence would continue, a celebration of the living and the forgotten. In the distance, a storm cloud gathered, dark and brooding, an omen that stirred both trepidation and excitement. The air crackled with energy. The ground beneath their feet felt alive, and a palpable tension filled the atmosphere. This was the essence of Slavic mythology, where every moment held the potential for magic, where the gods walked among them, and where the shadows of the past seemed to peer through the veil of the present. The sacred connection between nature and the underworld lingered in their hearts like a haunting melody, drawing them deeper into the mysteries of existence. As thunder rolled in the distance, the villagers glanced upward, their eyes filled with wonder and fear. They understood that the pantheon was not merely a collection of stories. It was the very heartbeat of their world, a relentless force that shaped their lives and echoed across the ages, binding them to the land, to each other, and to the eternal dance of life and death. In the lush green valleys and towering mountains of Mesoamerica, the air buzzed with a palpable energy. The people moved through their days, not just living, but woven into a vibrant tapestry of belief and reverence for the divine. Gods walked among them, not as distant figures, but as powerful forces, each accompanied by their guardian animals, beasts that embodied the spirit and essence of the deities they served. The stories of these gods and their animal companions filled the hearts of the people with wonder, fear, and awe. At sunrise, the great feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl glided through the sky, a dazzling display of emerald and gold. His presence brought both light and warmth, signaling the start of a new day filled with possibilities. He was not merely a deity of wind and wisdom, but also a guardian to those who sought knowledge. The people would often whisper prayers to him, hoping for guidance in their ventures, whether farming, trading, or navigating the complexities of life. In contrast, there was Tezcatlipoca, the god of the night sky, whose jaguar form prowled the shadows of the jungle. This powerful figure was feared and respected. He ruled over fate and fortune, and his dark presence could bring mischief or calamity. The jaguar, fierce and cunning, was his embodiment, a creature that moved silently yet struck with incredible force. The people honored Tezcatlipoca with sacred rituals, offering the blood of their captured foes to appease his chaotic spirit, ensuring that they remained on the favorably woven path of destiny. Then there was Tlaloc, the god of rain and fertility, whose power was as vital as the water that fell from the sky. He was often depicted with a large, fearsome frog, symbolizing abundance and transformation. The people would gather on the slopes of mountains during the rainy season, their faces turned upward, praying for his benevolence. When the rain poured down, the fields erupted with life and the joy of harvest filled the air, yet the threat of drought loomed perpetually, reminding them of their reliance on Tlaloc's whim. The interplay between gods and their guardian animals flowed through the lives of the people, shaping their destinies, loves, and fears. In the twilight hours, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, warriors prayed to Huitzilopochtli, the god of war, whose fierce hummingbird was a symbol of resilience and courage. His spirit ignited the hearts of those preparing for battle, a reminder that victory was not merely about strength, but also about the divine favor bestowed by the skies above. Amidst these powerful deities, the people found solace in the stories passed down through generations. Tales of how the jaguar fought the serpent for control of the jungles, how the hummingbird outsmarted larger birds to claim its place among the stars, danced on their lips with every flicker of a candle flame. Each story dripped with emotion, weaving a connection between the earthly and the divine, a bond that felt unbreakable yet fragile. As the festivals approached, vibrant colors flooded the streets. The air was thick with the scent of incense, and the sound of drums echoed through the plazas. Each god was celebrated with offerings, their guardian animals paraded through the throngs of people. Onlookers gasped as the jaguars, adorned in jewels and feathers, prowled with an elegance that sent shivers down the spine. The warriors, painted in the colors of their gods, danced with fervor, embodying the very essence of the animals that guided them. Yet, behind the revelry lay a tension, a whisper of doubt that flitted through the crowd like a shadow. What would happen if the gods turned their backs? If the jaguar did not hunt for them? If Tlaloc withheld his reins? If Quetzalcoatl chose to fly away? The thought tightened hearts and gripped souls, pushing them to give more, to believe more, to pray with greater fervor. One fateful night, a celestial event unfolded, an eclipse that darkened the sky and sent waves of panic rippling through the land. The sun seemed to vanish, swallowed by the darkness that resonated with the primal fear of the unknown. The drums ceased, and gasps filled the air as people turned their eyes to the heavens, seeking answers, seeking comfort. The jaguar's growl echoed ominously in the distance, a reminder of the chaos that lurked beyond the fringes of their understanding. Desperation hung in the air as priests and priestesses rushed to the temples, their bodies adorned in sacred garments, chanting prayers to the gods. The jaguar stood sentinel, fierce and powerful as they poured offerings of blood onto the altar. Would it be enough to awaken the gods from their slumber? Would they hear the cries of their devoted followers? The tension built like a storm, heavy and electric, as they awaited any sign of divine intervention. As the darkness deepened, whispers spread among the people. What if the gods have left us? What if the guardians no longer heed our calls? The fear was palpable, a living, breathing entity that gripped their hearts. And just as hope began to wane, a flicker of light emerged, a small ray of sun piercing through the shadow. Gasps turned to cheers as the eclipse receded, revealing Quetzalcoatl's vibrant feathers shimmering against the backdrop of the returning sun. The air filled with jubilant cries as people fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces overwhelmed by relief. The jaguar roared, a triumphant sound that echoed through the land, a reminder that even in the darkest times, the gods were listening, their guardian animals ever watchful. The bond between the earth and the divine thrummed with renewed intensity, each heartbeat a reminder of their shared existence. With the eclipse behind them, the people returned to their daily lives, forever changed by the experience. Tales of that cosmic night would be told for generations, a reminder of the fragility of their connection with the gods and the importance of honoring the majestic animals that stood by their sides. The intensity of their faith surged once more, a fierce flame ignited in their souls as they navigated the intricate dance between the divine and the mortal. As the sun began to set once again, casting long shadows across the land, the people gathered in the fading light. The stories of their gods and guardian animals swirled around them like whispers on the wind, binding them together in a shared tapestry of hope, fear, and unwavering belief. In every heart, the pulse of the ancient traditions throbbed, intertwining with the vibrant life of the land as they prepared for the next chapter in their enduring saga. Amidst the craggy peaks and shadowy valleys of the Caucasus Mountains, a chilling silence reigns, broken only by the whispers of ancient tales that cling to the air like mist. The stories of gods and monsters, etched into the very rocks and roots of these majestic heights, beckon those who dare to listen. Every boulder, every tree, seems alive with a history waiting to be unearthed, a history that pulses with emotion and danger. In this land of extremes, where the weather can turn from serene to savage in an instant, the legends breathe anew, casting long shadows over the valleys below. Once, the mountains were alive with the laughter and cries of the gods. They roamed the rugged terrain, their powers as vast as the skies above. One such deity, the fierce and majestic Takabayurdi, was known as the protector of the land and its people. Takabayurdi, with eyes like burning coals, commanded the storms that swept through the peaks, bringing both nourishment and destruction. His presence was felt in every thunderclap, every flash of lightning that danced across the horizon, and the people worshipped him with offerings of feasts and dance. Yet they also feared his wrath. for the mountains could be unforgiving, leaving only echoes of despair in their wake when provoked. But Takaba Yurdi was not alone in his dominion. Alongside him danced the mischievous spirit, Amirani, a demigod known for his trickery and indomitable spirit. Amirani was said to have the strength of 100 men, and tales tell of his battles against fearsome beasts that roamed the land. Yet it was not just his might that captivated the people. It was his heart, filled with boundless compassion for the oppressed. The songs of Amirani's exploits resonated through the valleys, inspiring tales of bravery and hope among the villagers, who would gather on cold nights around flickering fires, their wide eyes reflecting the stars above as they recounted his adventures. As the fires crackled, shadows danced on the faces of the listeners, and legends of the monstrous creatures lurking in the mountains came to life. The fearsome dragon, Zealant, was one such beast, a giant with scales like iron and breath that scorched the earth. Zealant was said to guard treasure so vast that it could blind the unworthy with its brilliance. Yet, even the bravest warriors who sought the dragon's riches found themselves ensnared in a web of horror. Many were swallowed whole, their screams muffled by the winds that howled through the cliffs. Zealant became a symbol of greed and ambition, a reminder that not all that glitters is gold. But there was one creature that inspired even greater fear. A spectral giant called the Makovic. He haunted the shadows of the mountains, his form an ever-shifting silhouette. The Makovic was known to feast on the souls of those who dared to wander too far into the wilderness, capturing them in a cold embrace that left them forever lost. The villagers would tell their children tales of the Makovic to keep them close at night, warning against the dangers that lurked beyond the firelight. As the children huddled under their blankets, the very name of the creature sent shivers down their spines, a tangible fear that hung in the air like a storm waiting to break. Yet the mountains were not just a battleground for gods and monsters, they were also a sanctuary for love and resilience. Stories of star-crossed lovers, torn apart by warring tribes, echoed through the valleys. One tale told of the fierce warrior, Nart, who defied his people to be with the beautiful Layla. Their love was a beacon of hope against the backdrop of chaos, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, light could shine through. Nart's bravery inspired countless others, his story becoming a thread woven into the very fabric of the mountain's history, giving voice to the dreams and desires of those who yearned for peace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting fiery hues across the sky, the shadows grew longer, and the mountains began to reveal their deeper secrets. The echoes of the past intertwined with the present, as if the spirits of the gods and monsters still roamed these lands, waiting for the brave and the foolish alike. The chilling wind carried with it the faint sounds of laughter and cries, weaving a tapestry of emotion that wrapped around those who dared to traverse the rugged paths. Night descended like a shroud, and with it, the stories turned darker. Whispers of betrayal and vengeance crept into the air. As tales of the notorious Cubberdock arose, a sorceress known for her cunning and dark magic. Envy and power consumed her heart, leading her to summon creatures from the depths of the earth. The ground would shake and tremble as her minions emerged, each more terrible than the last, wreaking havoc upon the unsuspecting villagers. Cubberdock became a name spoken in hushed tones, a warning etched into the minds of those who dared to challenge fate. But what of the heroes who rose against such darkness? The legendary figures of the Caucasus stood tall, their stories a testament to the unyielding spirit of the people. Among them was the warrior Zaur, whose courage knew no bounds. He fought not just for glory, but for the love of his people and the land he called home. Zaur faced the Titans and the sorcery, wielding his sword against the encroaching night, embodying the hope that flickered like a flame in the hearts of those who watched. As the night wore on, the air thickened with tension, a palpable energy that crackled like a summer storm. The tales wove together, history and myth blending seamlessly, creating a rich tapestry of emotions that stirred the soul. The mountains stood sentinel, witness to both the triumphs and tragedies that shaped the lives of those who dared to call them home. With every heartbeat, the legends called out, urging the listeners to remember, to keep telling the stories that had been passed down through generations. And just as the wind would carry the whispers of the mountains far and wide, the stories of gods and monsters would linger, echoing through the valleys, waiting for the next brave soul willing to listen, to feel, and to believe in the magic that still thrived among the peaks, forever entwined with the lives of those who walked beneath them. High above the valleys, where the jagged peaks of the Andes scrape the sky, the air thrums with a pulse, ancient and alive. It whispers secrets of gods and goddesses, of nature's fierce guardians, and of creatures woven into the very fabric of existence. In this sacred wilderness, a shimmering veil separates the seen from the unseen, where the spirits of the mountains reign supreme, watching with eyes that have seen centuries unfold. The Incas, the proud children of these heights, believed that the deities shaped their world, infusing every element of nature with a spirit of its own. Inti, the sun god, radiated warmth and life, his golden rays nurturing the fields that kissed the mountainsides. Farmers would rise before dawn, offering prayers and thanks, for without Inti, their lives would wither in the chill shadow of the peaks. At midday, the sun blazed fiercely, and the people felt its power coursing through their veins, igniting a fierce reverence in their hearts. Yet the sun was not the only divine presence. Pachamama, the Earth Mother, cradled all that grew and flourished. With every seed sown, the people felt her breath, the gentle caress of her spirit nourishing their crops. She was a nurturing force, yet also one of fierce protection. When the earth trembled, when the rivers swelled, the Andean people understood that Pachamama was expressing her might. They would gather stones, offerings of thankfulness, and at the foot of the mountains they would plead for her mercy, their voices trembling with a mixture of fear and hope. As dusk fell, the shadows grew long, and the mountains transformed. The ethereal figure of Illapa, the god of thunder and war, danced across the sky, his booming laughter echoing in the valleys. His presence ignited fierce storms, reminding all who dwelled below that the heavens held fury. People would gather under the stars, eyes wide, hearts racing as they listened to the whispers of wind and thunder. They told stories of Illapa's victories, his fight against darkness, and how he wielded his powerful weapon, lightning, as a tool of justice. The tales inspired courage. They became a part of their identity, knitting the fabric of a resilient community. In this enchanting tapestry of spirituality, nature itself became a canvas for divine expression. The condor, magnificent and regal, soared above, its wings spanning the sky. The Andean people revered it as a messenger, a bridge between the earth and the heavens. They spoke of the condor's spirit as a guide, leading lost souls to peaceful realms. As they watched it glide effortlessly, their hearts filled with awe, they understood that life was a cycle, a dance between creatures and the deities that governed them. But not all spirits brought comfort. The fearsome Apu, the mountain spirit, demanded respect and fear. His presence lay heavy in the air, a reminder of the mountain's rugged and untamed nature. When climbers dared to challenge his domain, his wrath would unleash avalanches and storms. The Andean people knew to approach the mountains with humility, offerings in hand, to appease Apu's fierce spirit. The chilling tales of those who disregarded his might echoed through generations, each story more haunting than the last. It was a constant reminder that the mountains were not merely stone and snow, but living beings deserving of reverence. Each season brought its own rhythmic dance of deities. During Inti Raymi, the festival of the sun, the air crackled with excitement. Vibrant colors splashed against the earth, and the people adorned themselves with flowers, dancing to the beat of ancient drums. They gathered at the sacred site of Sacsayhuaman, the sun rising behind the grand stone walls, lighting up faces filled with joy and gratitude. They celebrated the sun's return, a promise that life would continue, that the earth would bear fruit once more. Laughter erupted, echoing through valleys, mingling with the songs of the mountains, creating a symphony of life. Yet, beneath the surface of these jubilant festivities, the whispers of the past lingered. The stories of the chakra, the water spirit, flowed like a gentle stream, bringing life to parched lands. Chakra was both nurturer and destroyer, capable of flooding the fields with relentless rains or granting them precious drops in times of need. The Andean people created intricate rituals around water, understanding its dual nature. When the rivers swelled, they would gather, hearts entwined in prayer, seeking chakra's favor. They learned to read the currents and the skies, to understand the delicate balance between harmony and chaos. And amidst all these beings, the unseen spirits of ancestors lingered, the spirits of those who had walked the earth long ago, their voices woven into the very air, guiding and protecting the living. Rituals were held to honor them, invoking their strength and wisdom. Candles flickered in the darkness, casting shadows that danced across the walls, each flame a beacon of remembrance, illuminating the path forward. The mountains stood as stoic guardians, their presence a constant reminder of the divine weave of life, the intertwining of deities and nature. As twilight descended, a hush fell over the land. The Andean people felt the weight of the world lift, the spirits swirling around them, whispering promises of connection, of belonging. The night sky glittered with stars, each one a flicker of hope, a reminder that they were part of something greater, a legacy that transcended time. In this sacred space, emotions surged, connecting generations through the ages. The tales of the deities coursed through their veins like a river, rich and powerful, drawing them closer to the heart of their spirituality. And as the earth breathed beneath their feet, they understood that they were not merely inhabitants of this land, but its stewards, guardians of a profound legacy that thrummed through the very essence of their being. The stories, the spirits, the mountains, each intertwined like threads in a magnificent tapestry, waiting to reveal the next layer of their eternal dance with life. The wind howled across the vast emptiness of the Sahara, a haunting whisper carrying the weight of centuries. Beneath the shifting sands, ancient echoes lingered, and with each gust, it seemed the spirits of forgotten gods stirred in their slumber. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting an orange glow that painted the dunes like an artist's canvas, a deceptive beauty cloaking the mysteries hidden within the grains of sand. Long ago, before the land was just a sea of sand, the Sahara was alive with vibrant tribes, each worshipping forces they believed shaped their existence. They erected stone altars dedicated to gods of wind and rain, ancestors of unimaginable power. These divinities were not mere figments of imagination. They were the heartbeat of the desert, keeping watch over their followers. As the evening shadows stretched, the air thickened with the stories of those who had come before, their hopes and fears woven into the fabric of the landscape. In a secluded oasis where water bubbled up from the earth and palm trees danced in the gentle breeze, a young girl named Amina knelt by the water's edge, her heart pounding with a mixture of dread and wonder. The elders spoke of the jinn, powerful spirits believed to command the desert's secrets. They warned of their capricious nature, how they could bless or curse with a single breath. But Amina felt an undeniable pull, as if the very essence of the desert was calling her name. That night, under a blanket of stars, she whispered her wishes into the stillness, hoping the jinn would hear. "Oh, spirits of the sands, grant me wisdom," she pleaded. The wind responded, swirling around her, carrying her voice far beyond the oasis. It was both thrilling and terrifying. She sensed that she was not alone. Just beyond her vision, shadows danced along the dunes, figures that seemed to flicker like flames. Were they the spirits of her ancestors, or something more sinister? Amina shivered, caught between fear and fascination. The tales her grandmother told echoed in her mind, stories of brave souls who had encountered the jinn and returned changed, their lives intertwined with the magic of the desert. But what if she never returned? The sands shifted, revealing an ancient stone carving half buried. It depicted a figure draped in flowing robes, a face obscured, but eyes that seemed to sparkle with life. Amina's breath caught in her throat as she realized what she had uncovered. The likeness of a god once revered, now forgotten by time. This was a gateway to the past. The stories, the rituals, all rooted in the belief that the spirits were watching, guiding, and sometimes punishing. As she reached out to touch the stone, the wind howled once more, swirling dust and debris around her like a tempest. The air crackled with energy, and for a heartbeat, reality wavered. Visions flooded her mind, scenes of ancient ceremonies, vibrant dances under the moonlight, the air thick with incense and the rhythmic beating of drums. She saw faces painted with ochre, hands raised in prayer, imploring the gods for rain, for protection from the harshness of the desert. But alongside the joy, there were images of despair. A village in ruins, people crying out in anguish as the sand swept away their homes. A sacrifice made to appease the jinn, a desperate act born of fear and reverence. The duality of existence in the Sahara was stark. The gods could bring life or death, joy or sorrow. The weight of those choices bore down on Amina's heart, igniting a fierce determination within her. She was a part of this lineage, intertwined with the spirits that roamed the dunes. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the night, startling her from her reverie. A storm was brewing, the clouds heavy and dark, rolling in from the distance. Amina knew that the desert could shift with alarming speed, turning from a serene haven to a raging beast. But as she glanced at the stone carving, she felt an odd sense of calm. The spirits were awakening. With each gust of wind, the air thickened, transforming into a palpable force. Amina closed her eyes, her heart racing as she whispered an invocation. The words flowed from her, ancient and powerful, a language of the desert that had been passed down through generations. The ground trembled beneath her, and shadows began to take shape, swirling around her like smoke. She could feel them, the jinn, gathering, their presence a mix of warmth and foreboding. "What do you seek, child of the sands?" a voice rumbled, deep and resonant, echoing through the night. It was not just a voice, it was the essence of the desert, of sandstorms and scorching suns. Amina's heart raced. She struggled to find her voice to articulate her yearning. "I seek understanding," she finally managed to say, her voice quivering. "I wish to know the truth about the gods that once were." Laughter echoed around her, rich and full of life, yet tinged with the sorrow of lost ages. "The truth is a heavy burden, child." The wind howled in response, scattering the sand like confetti. The shadows shifted closer, forming shapes that resembled the figures from her visions. Ancient warriors, wise elders, and sorrowful mothers. They were the forgotten, lingering in the desert's embrace, guardians of a history that yearned to be remembered. With each passing moment, Amina felt time slip away, the boundaries between past and present dissolving like the sands beneath her knees. The storm raged overhead, but in this sacred moment, she was not afraid. The spirits encircled her, whispering secrets of the desert, tales of love and loss, of gods who walked among them, and the prices paid for their favor. The winds carried their voices, weaving an intricate tapestry of emotions, hope, despair, joy, and sorrow, all intertwined in the very essence of the Sahara. Each heartbeat echoed with the lives once lived, the dreams long buried, waiting for a soul brave enough to awaken them. Amina, in her small but significant place in the vast desert, understood that she was not merely a listener, she was part of the story, a thread woven into the fabric of time, and the spirits were calling out to her, urging her to carry the torch of their memory into the future. As the storm peaked, the shadows beckoned her closer. The night sky crackled with energy, and Amina felt the pull of the past whispering promises of enlightenment. The desert, with all its beauty and brutality, held the very essence of the divine, and she was on the brink of revelation, teetering between worlds. The air thickened with anticipation, and the winds screamed her name, urging her to step into the unknown, where the forgotten gods of the Sahara awaited. The very fabric of her being vibrated with the weight of the moment, and as lightning split the sky, she was ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. Beneath the canopy of twilight, when the world held its breath in a delicate balance, the whispers of ancient spirits stirred the air like a forgotten melody. The flickering shadows of fire danced in a rhythmic embrace, while the cool caress of water beckoned from the depths of the earth. This was a realm where the elemental forces were alive, where the deities of fire, water, earth, and air ruled with an unyielding grip on the hearts of humankind. In the flickering light of a campfire, villagers gathered, their eyes reflecting the flames that licked the night sky. They spoke in hushed tones of Ignis, the fiery god whose spirit blazed brighter than the sun, igniting passions and fears alike. Stories flowed like molten lava, recounting how Ignis had once descended in a tempest of flames, bringing warmth to the shivering and fury to the wicked. With every ember that popped and cracked, the villagers felt the power of Ignis coursing through them, the thrill of his wild spirit wrapping around their hearts like a fiery embrace. But flames have a way of consuming everything in their path. In the same breath, whispered tales of the wrath of Ignis sent shivers down spines. The burning of entire villages, the scorching of fields. His fury was a force to be reckoned with. Yet within that fear lay a strange admiration, a sense of reverence for the dangerous beauty of his purpose. The line between fear and respect blurred as the villagers realized that Ignis was not merely a destroyer. He was a purger, a force of rebirth, forging strength from ashes. As the fire crackled on, the air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and distant rain. From the shadows emerged Aqua, the water deity, an ethereal figure cloaked in flowing blues and silvers. She had the ability to bring life or despair, her essence flowing through rivers and cascading down mountains. The villagers spoke of her nurturing touch, how she filled the wells and sprouted the seeds that transformed barren land into vibrant fields. Yet there lingered an undercurrent of trepidation. Aqua could also unleash torrential storms, her wrath crashing like thunder across the landscape, drowning the unprepared in her turbulent embrace. Legends told of a time when Aqua's tears filled the valley, turning dry earth into an ocean of sorrow. Mothers would whisper her name in reverence, hoping for her blessings to quench their family's thirst. Her spirit was a double-edged sword, gentle and fierce, nourishing and overwhelming. In her presence, the villagers felt the weight of reliance. They prayed for her grace, yet knew too well the depths of her anger. The night deepened, the fire's glow illuminating the faces of those gathered as they spoke of Terra, the earth goddess, whose presence was felt in every rock, every blade of grass. She was a silent sentinel, the steady heartbeat of the land. The villagers revered her for the bounty she provided, the roots of their lives stretching deep into her nurturing soil. Terra was the foundation of existence, her strength unyielding as she weathered storms and seasons, bringing forth life and sustenance. But the tales of Terra were not without their shadows. There were whispered stories of her grief, how she trembled when the earth was scarred by the hand of man, her lament echoing in the tremors felt in the ground. The villagers understood that to honor Terra meant to respect her boundaries. They bowed their heads in prayer, asking for her forgiveness and guidance, hoping to tread lightly upon her surface. The fear of her sorrow resonated in the hearts of those who depended on her gifts, deepening their connection to the earth with each passing season. The air shifted, a cool breeze sweeping through the gathering, heralding the presence of Zephyrus, the air deity, whose laughter danced on the wind. He was the breath of life, the whisper of secrets carried across the mountains. A playful spirit that filled sails and lifted kites high into the blue. The villagers felt his energy, an exhilarating rush that sent goosebumps down their spines. Zephyrus was unpredictable, a trickster whose capricious nature could shift from gentle caress to tempestuous gale in the blink of an eye. In his playful spirit, he played with the leaves and rustled the branches, reminding the villagers of the freedom found in the skies. Yet with that freedom came a sense of foreboding. His storms could uproot trees and flatten homes, revealing his unpredictable temper. The villagers learned to respect his whims, offering prayers to calm his restless spirit, recognizing the fine line between serenity and chaos that he embodied. As the night unfolded, the stories wove together, each deity a thread in the fabric of existence, their destinies entwined in a delicate dance. Ignis, Aqua, Terra, and Zephyrus, each with their power, each with their gifts and curses. Together, they forged the very essence of life, a balance that resonated in the hearts of the villagers. Yet within this tapestry of elemental spirits, a tension simmered, a longing for connection, a desire to appease the deities that governed their lives. The flickering fire, the flowing water, the steady earth and the whispering air were not mere forces of nature. They were alive, they were aware. The villagers felt the weight of their existence, their lives intertwined with the spirits that roamed the world, watching, listening. As the fire burned low and the stories faded into the night, a chill swept through the air, an unseen force lingering just beyond the edges of light. The villagers huddled closer, their hearts racing, sensing something stirring, something ancient awakening within the realm of the elemental spirits. A new chapter loomed, a new tale ready to unfold. And the air crackled with the promise of what was to come. The elemental spirits were restless, their stories only just beginning, and the villagers were unwittingly drawn into a greater narrative, one that would intertwine their fates with the forces that governed their very existence. The moon hung low in the night sky, casting a silver glow that seemed to dance upon the shadows. Somewhere in the distance, the hoot of an owl pierced the silence, echoing through the night like a whispered warning. In this dim-lit world, the veil between the living and the unseen grew thin, and the creatures of the night stirred. For centuries, humankind has grappled with the essence of nightmares and the spirits that lurk just beyond the edge of consciousness, waiting for the moment when the darkness would seep into the light. In ancient Greece, nightmares were often attributed to a malevolent spirit known as Epi-Alis. Villagers spoke in hushed tones of how this dark figure would visit them in their slumber, pressing down on their chests, suffocating them with fear. The Greeks believed that these nocturnal visitations were not mere fantasies, but warnings and omens from the unknown. Those who experienced them were regarded with a mix of pity and respect, as if they had ventured into a place where the very laws of nature wavered. Across the seas, in the velvety darkness of the African savannas, the Zulu people told stories of the nightmare spirits that roamed the land. They believed these spirits could invade dreams, casting shadows filled with dread. The elders performed rituals with great care, lighting candles and whispering prayers to appease these spirits. The flickering flames danced in the night, casting long shadows that seemed to come alive, a testament to the fear and reverence held for these unseen forces. In medieval Europe, the nightmare transformed into a creature of folklore, taking the shape of the Mara. Women would wake in terror, breathless and drenched in sweat, convinced that an invisible weight had pressed down upon them. The Mara was thought to ride on the dreams of unsuspecting souls, draining their energy and sowing seeds of fear. Villagers would hang a protective charm above their beds, a simple thread of red yarn, believing it would keep the Mara at bay. Yet the fear persisted, lingering in the corners of their minds, a reminder of the power dreams wielded over the living. But nightmares were not the only phantoms of the night. In the fog-laden streets of Victorian London, spectral figures roamed. The ghostly image of a woman in white, known only as the Woman in Black, became an urban legend. Those who encountered her often spoke of feelings of dread that suffocated their thoughts. Was she a spirit seeking vengeance, or merely a reflection of their darkest fears? As the city's gaslights flickered and dimmed, citizens pondered the role of these spirits. Were they a warning, a search for resolution, or simply shadows cast by the unresolved tragedies of human life? Through the ages, the idea of spirits has woven itself into the fabric of society, crossing cultural boundaries. In Japan, the yurei haunted the living, souls who had not found peace. They drifted through the night, seeking closure for their untimely deaths. People built shrines, offered prayers, and left food to appease these restless spirits. The fine line between reverence and fear blurred, forming a thick mist that enveloped those who dared to confront the unknown. In the realm of dreams, the psychological battles were just as fierce. The renowned psychologist Sigmund Freud posited that nightmares were a reflection of suppressed fears, a peek into the troubled psyche. His theories ignited debates in dimly lit rooms, where whispers of the human condition mingled with the shadows. Could our dreams be a playground for our deepest anxieties, where every fear manifests into grotesque figures lurking in the dark? The thought was chilling, as each heartbeat echoed the idea that perhaps the monsters we fought at night were born from within. As the stories of these creatures traveled through time, they left a lasting imprint on art and literature. Think of Edgar Allan Poe, who captured the haunting nature of nightmares in his poems and tales of despair. His words painted vivid images of madness, echoing the sentiments of those who had faced the darkness. The characters he crafted, often trapped in their fears, mirrored the struggles of mankind against the unseen forces that plagued our existence. Then there were the artists of the Romantic period, who depicted eerie landscapes filled with shadows and spirits. The ghostly figures in their paintings seemed to beckon from the canvas, drawing the viewer into a world where nightmares and reality collided. Each stroke of their brushes whispered of the unseen, tantalizing the imagination while leaving a trace of dread lurking just beneath the surface. And yet, as the tales of nightmares and spirits wove into the collective consciousness, the question remained: what was the role of these entities in the human experience? Were they mere figments of imagination, or did they serve a purpose in the tapestry of life? Perhaps they were reminders of our fears, our unresolved pains, or a call to confront the darkness within. In the dim flicker of candlelight, as the shadows danced against the walls, the stories continued to echo, weaving through the fabric of reality. The air grew thick with tension, an almost tangible presence lingering just out of sight. As the creatures of the night stirred, it became clear that the line between the known and the unknown would always be blurred, inviting those brave enough to face the shadows to walk a path fraught with uncertainty. As the clock struck midnight, the stories whispered on, calling forth yet another chapter, another exploration into the unseen. The night held secrets waiting to be uncovered, and with each turn of the page, the darkness promised more revelations, more emotions, and more creatures that thrived in the twilight, eternally entwined with the fabric of human experience. Under a sky painted with swirling clouds and the scent of rain in the air, the trickster danced. His feet barely touched the ground, a blur of laughter and mischief, weaving between the shadows of ancient trees. This was not just any trickster, he was Anansi, the spider god of West African lore, known for his cleverness and cunning. In the stories told around flickering fires, Anansi spun webs of deception, ensnaring both gods and men alike. The thrill of his antics sent shivers down the spine, leaving listeners in awe of his audacity and charm. Across the ocean, in distant lands, Loki stirred up chaos in the halls of Asgard. The Norse god, with his fiery hair and sly smile, reveled in the disruption he created. He turned the tables on heroes and deities, often blurring the lines between friend and foe. When the great gods of Norse mythology sought order, he introduced confusion, teaching them that even the mightiest could stumble. As thunder rumbled in the distance, the power of his trickery sent a tingling fear through the hearts of those who dared to cross him. Then there was Coyote, the cunning creature of Native American folklore. He was a shapeshifter, a master of illusions, embodying the wild spirit of the American deserts. In one legend, he stole fire from the sun, igniting the world but also bringing chaos and imbalance. The elders spoke of him with a mix of reverence and caution, for Coyote was both creator and destroyer. His laughter echoed in the canyons, a haunting reminder that the world was not meant to stay in order, that chaos was a necessary part of life. The trickster's power lay not just in his ability to deceive, but in his gift of teaching. With every twist and turn, he showed humans their own flaws, their weaknesses, and strengths. In ancient Egypt, the god Set embodied this complexity. He was both a protector and a destroyer, a force of chaos in a land yearning for stability. His stories were steeped in emotion, filled with battles against his brother Osiris, where the lines of good and evil blurred. Set challenged the order of the gods, leaving behind lessons that echoed through the ages. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the trickster's influence spread like fire across cultures. In the tales of the African Yoruba, Eshu emerged, an enigmatic figure who carried messages between humans and gods. He was the guardian of fate, the one who turned life's moments upside down. Eshu's duality was captivating. He could bring fortune or misfortune with a mere twist of his mouth. In the bustling markets and quiet villages, his spirit lingered, reminding everyone that the balance of life was a fragile, ever-changing dance. In the realm of the Inuit, the figure of Raven soared high above the icy landscapes, a divine trickster who brought light to the world. He stole the sun from the clutches of darkness, bringing warmth and life. Yet, as he illuminated the world, he also left behind puzzles and riddles, challenging humanity to think and adapt. The shivers of the cold winds carried whispers of Raven's laughter, a sound that spoke of both creation and chaos, an eternal reminder of the trickster's role in shaping existence. The stories of these tricksters pulsed with life, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of human experience. They wove through the ages, crossing paths with heroes and villains alike, each encounter sparking a new lesson. The trickster was not merely a character but a reflection of the human spirit, wild, unpredictable, and deeply wise. In every culture, these figures emerged, challenging the status quo, urging people to question, to laugh, to embrace the absurdity of life. As the tales unfolded, tension mounted in the air, thick with the energy of uncertainty. What would happen next? With a flick of his wrist, Anansi ensnared the unsuspecting, leaving them in a web of laughter and confusion. Loki's laughter echoed across the fjords, igniting curiosity and fear in the hearts of warriors. The thrill of challenge surged as Coyote appeared at the edge of the campfire, a shimmering silhouette daring the listeners to confront their own nature. With every story passed down through generations, the trickster danced ever closer to the edge of chaos, inviting all to join in the fray. In temples and sacred spaces, the trickster was honored, though never fully trusted. His rituals were filled with laughter and tears, an acknowledgement that life's balance hinged on the unpredictable. Within the sacred texts, echoes of the trickster's laughter intertwined with teachings, each word a reminder that order and chaos coexist, that one cannot exist without the other. The thrill of uncertainty electrified the air as listeners leaned in closer, hanging on the words, feeling the weight of ancient wisdom wrapped in humor. As the moon climbed higher, casting silver light upon the earth, the trickster's tale continued to weave through the night. Each encounter, each lesson, blended seamlessly into the next, creating a loop of laughter and revelation. The gods and creatures who defied order were not just figures of myth, they embodied the very essence of what it meant to be human, to wrestle with the chaos of existence. With every heartbeat, every breath, the trickster reminded all that life was a dance, forever swirling in a rhythm of uncertainty and joy. And so, the tale surged forward, alive with the energy of ages past, an endless cycle of mischief and wisdom, pulling at the strings of reality itself. The night deepened, the stories flowed, and the trickster continued to dance on the edges of order, forever challenging, forever laughing, forever alive. In the flickering light of an ancient fire, shadows danced on the cave walls, whispering stories of women who once ruled the skies, the earth, and the seas. Each gust of wind carried the scent of wildflowers, while echoes of laughter and fierce chants intertwined in the air, reminiscent of a world that revered the feminine spirit. The past held a treasure trove of forgotten goddesses, whose voices, once powerful and resonant, have faded into the silence of time. Yet their presence still lingers, like a soft breeze that stirs the leaves, inviting those willing to listen. In Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates carved their paths through the land, Inanna reigned supreme. Known as the Queen of Heaven, she was not merely a goddess. She was a force of nature, embodying love, war, and the complexities of life. Temples dedicated to her were grand, adorned with intricate carvings that depicted her triumphs and tribulations. The people sang hymns in her honor, their voices rising like incense smoke, intertwining with the divine. Inanna's duality captivated hearts. She was both nurturing and fierce, a reflection of the very human experiences of joy and sorrow. Her story of descent into the underworld was a poignant reminder of the cycles of life, where every ending bore the promise of new beginnings. Far to the east, in the lush valleys of India, the goddess Durga emerged as a warrior of justice. With 10 arms, each wielding a weapon, she stood against the chaos that sought to engulf the world. Her fierce visage, adorned in vibrant colors, inspired not only fear in her enemies, but also courage in her followers. As the drums of battle echoed through the mountains, tales of her victories spread like wildfire. Devotees gathered in temples, their hearts pulsating with devotion as they chanted her name, feeling her protective energy wrap around them like an armor. Durga was a reminder that strength came in many forms, from the gentle touch of a mother to the ferocity of a lioness defending her cubs. Yet, in the mists of time, she too began to fade, lost among the cacophony of more dominant deities. As stars twinkled above, the stories of many other goddesses dimmed, overshadowed by the towering figures of male gods. The world moved on, but deep in the soil, their essence remained, waiting to be awakened. Across the Mediterranean, in the timeless embrace of Greece, the goddess Demeter embodied the sacred bond between mother and child. She was the earth itself, nurturing the crops and ensuring the cycle of life continued. With every seed planted, her spirit flourished, but her heart shattered when Persephone, her beloved daughter, was taken by Hades. The earth mourned with Demeter, turning barren as she searched for her lost child. The seasons shifted, reflecting her anguish, a powerful testament to a mother's love. Yet, in her grief, she also demonstrated resilience, reminding the world of the strength found in vulnerability. The tale of Demeter and Persephone became a symbol of renewal and the enduring connection between loss and rebirth. In Africa, among the tribes that danced to the rhythm of the drums, the goddess Oshun emerged as a deity of love, fertility, and rivers. Her laughter flowed like water, bringing life to the parched lands and joy to the hearts of her people. Oshun was both graceful and fierce, captivating all who sought her blessings. Women adorned themselves with golden jewelry to honor her, believing her spirit flowed through them. They danced and sang, their voices rising like the sun over the horizon. calling her to bless their lives with fertility and abundance. But as the world changed, her name faded, a mere whisper in the winds of modernity, the memories of her strength lost to the passage of time. In the ancient Americas, the earth vibrated with the energy of goddesses like Pachamama, revered as the Mother Earth. Her spirit nourished the crops, and in return, the people honored her with offerings of gratitude. Legends spoke of her compassion, her ability to heal the sick and provide shelter to the lost. The mountains echoed with her stories, intertwining the sacred with the natural world. Yet, as civilizations rose and fell, so did the reverence for her, leaving the land silent, as if mourning the absence of her nurturing presence. As the pages of history turned, countless goddesses slipped into obscurity, their stories buried beneath the weight of time and patriarchal narratives. Each whisper of their names carried a legacy, a reminder of the strength and beauty inherent in femininity. They were warriors, nurturers, lovers, and protectors, embodying the full spectrum of human experience. Their resilience in the face of adversity was a call to arms for all who sought to reclaim the lost fragments of their stories. With every unturned stone and every forgotten shrine, the essence of these goddesses lingered, waiting for a moment of awakening. They are the mothers of humanity, the protectors of the earth, the wild whispers of ancient winds that still swirl around us. As the modern world marches forward, the heartbeat of these divine figures pulses beneath the surface, urging humanity to remember, to honor, and to celebrate the feminine divine that has shaped cultures and lives throughout history. For those who listen, their stories ripple through time, echoing in the hearts of women and men alike, reminding them of a strength that is as profound as the ocean's depths and as fierce as a summer storm. The call to recognize these forgotten goddesses resonates now more than ever, a powerful reminder that the divine feminine is not merely a relic of the past but a vital presence that continues to guide and inspire. In the quiet moments when the world seems to pause, one can almost hear the soft laughter of these goddesses, a sound that promises strength, love, and an unbreakable bond with the earth. As the sun sets and the stars awaken, their stories beckon, intertwining with the present, weaving a tapestry of hope and resilience that refuses to be forgotten. On a stormy night, with thunder rumbling like ancient drums in the distance, a flicker of light caught the eye of a solitary traveler. Standing beneath an ancient oak, shrouded in mist, was a figure, ethereal and commanding, a guardian spirit whose presence sent chills down the traveler's spine. The air crackled with energy, and for a moment, time itself seemed to freeze. These spirits, protectors of both land and people, come in many forms, their stories woven into the very fabric of history, echoing through time like whispers on the wind. Across cultures and ages, guardian spirits have manifested as protectors, guides, and avengers. In the lush forests of Japan, the kami, spirits of nature, roam freely, their essence entwined with trees and rivers. Each spirit, whether it appears as a ferocious tiger or a gentle deer, serves a sacred purpose, watching over the balance of life. The villagers offer gifts, hoping to curry favor and ensure protection from calamity. When misfortune befalls them, they gather in prayer, invoking the spirits with fervent chants, believing that their presence can change the tide of fate. In the cold, windswept landscapes of the Nordic realms, the Valkyries swoop down like hawks, choosing the fallen warriors destined for Valhalla. Clad in shimmering armor and wielding swords that could cleave the very fabric of reality, these fierce maidens of fate embodied the fierce protection of the gods. They were not mere myth. They were a promise that valor in life would lead to glory in the afterlife. The warriors, driven by tales of bravery and honor, fought with rage and determination, knowing that the Valkyries were always watching, ready to guide them to their ultimate fate. Meanwhile, in the heart of the African savanna, the Zulu believed in ancestral spirits, powerful guardians whose wisdom transcended generations. They would invoke these spirits during sacred ceremonies, believing that the spirits walked alongside them, offering guidance and protection. The stories of ancestors, laden with triumph and tragedy, were told around the flickering firelight, each tale a thread connecting the past to the present. Fear coursed through the community when storms brewed, but the people clung to the hope that their ancestors would shield them from harm. In South America, the story of the Pachamama, the earth goddess, is one of nurturing and protection. Farmers would make offerings of corn and coca leaves, asking for blessings on their crops. Under her watchful gaze, the land flourished, and so did the spirits of the mountains who looked after those who respected the earth. But when greed took root, the earth trembled, signaling her displeasure. The people felt it, the weight of their choices heavy in the air, as they feared the loss of the spirits that had long protected them. Across the ocean, in the heart of ancient Egypt, the figure of Anubis emerged, a guardian of the afterlife. With the head of a jackal and a body of a man, Anubis presided over the dead, ensuring safe passage into the world beyond. His presence was both haunting and comforting, a reminder that even in death, the spirits remained vigilant. As the sun sank below the horizon, the rituals of mummification commenced, honoring the dead with the hope that Anubis would keep them from harm on their journey through the underworld. In the icy reaches of the Arctic, the Inuit believed in the spirits of their ancestors who roamed the land and sea. They called upon these protectors during hunts and in times of need, knowing that the spirits watched over them like guardians in the night. The stories of these spirits were rich and layered, shared in hushed tones as the northern lights danced overhead, illuminating the night sky with otherworldly colors. Each flicker of light felt like a message from the past, a reminder that they were not alone in their struggles. In the vibrant streets of ancient Greece, the concept of the daemon took root, a spirit guiding individuals toward their destiny. These protectors were not always visible. Instead, they whispered in the ears of poets, sailors, and warriors. The Greeks believed that everyone had a personal daemon, a protector who influenced their choices, steering them toward the path of virtue. When tragedy struck, the people believed it was a sign that they had strayed from their daemon's guidance, invoking the spirits to restore balance in their lives. Even in the myths of the Native American tribes, the connection to guardian spirits is profound. The belief in animal totems serves as a bridge between the material and spiritual worlds. Each animal embodies certain traits and wisdom, guiding tribes through the challenges of life. When times got tough, the people would seek visions, hoping to connect with their spirit animals, asking for guidance and strength. The bond between the living and the spirits was sacred, a circle of life where each played a vital role. As the traveler stood before the guardian spirit beneath the ancient oak, an understanding washed over him, a realization that these protectors, in their many forms, were not mere folklore or superstition. They were reflections of human hope, fear, and the unending struggle for safety and guidance. Each tale, rich with emotions and tension, culminated in a swirling nexus of beliefs, fears, and dreams, uniting humanity across time and space. But as the wind howled through the trees, something shifted. The guardian spirit's gaze turned more serious, as if sensing the arrival of a great challenge. The traveler felt a shiver that was not just of fear, but anticipation. An unseen thread connected them all, the protectors and those they guarded, entwined in a dance of fate. The spirit beckoned, the mist swirling around them, hinting that a deeper story lay on the horizon, waiting to unfold. In a world where shadows whispered secrets and the ground trembled with unease, the underworld loomed like an ancient beast, waiting to swallow up the unsuspecting. A chill ran down the spine of anyone who dared to ponder what lay beneath their feet. The air turned dense, heavy with the weight of stories untold, the stories of chthonic deities, the gods of the underworld, whose very names sent shivers through the bravest of hearts. Hades, the master of the underworld, sat upon his dark throne, a grim figure cloaked in shadows. His eyes, like burning coals, glinted with the knowledge of countless souls that had passed under his watch. He was not a cruel ruler, but a keeper of balance, holding dominion over the dead and the creatures that crawled through the darkness. This was his kingdom, a realm of sorrow and secrets, where each lost soul whispered tales of their lives, echoing through the hollow caverns of despair. Then there was Persephone, the queen of the underworld, a figure of beauty entwined with tragedy. Plucked from the fields of spring, she now ruled alongside Hades, her heart caught in a dance of love and loss. Her presence transformed the underworld. The flowers that grew in the darkest corners bloomed with an eerie brilliance, a testament to her power. Yet within that beauty lay a sorrow, for she was forever torn between two worlds, one of light and life, the other of shadow and silence. As the seasons turned, her story wove through the fabric of the living and the dead. Each autumn, as the leaves fell, the earth mourned her absence, while winter blanketed the world in white, a stark reminder of her descent into the shadows. The creatures of the underworld stirred in anticipation during those cold months, from the terrifying Furies, who punished wrongdoers, to the gentle Charon, the ferryman who guided souls across the river Styx. Each had their role. Each played their part in the grand tapestry of life and death. In the depths of this underworld, Cerberus, the three-headed beast, stood guard. His growl rumbled like distant thunder, a warning to those who dared to trespass. Each head had a name, a personality. Each vying for control, yet they acted as one, a creature of fear and loyalty. They were the embodiment of caution. The mythic creature had a vicious reputation, but beneath that ferocious exterior lay an unwavering loyalty to Hades, a guardian of the passage that separated the living from the realm of the departed. Not all who wandered into this darkness were met with hostility. There existed the gentle specter of the nymphs, ethereal beings who roamed the rivers and forests, weaving through the fabric of life and death. They held sway over nature, nurturing the souls of the departed with stories of their past lives, weaving their essence into the roots of the earth. Their laughter echoed through the valleys, a haunting melody that clung to the air, reminding the living of the thin line between life and the eternal quiet. Among these deities lurked the shades, the spirits of the lost, who wandered the shadowy paths with an air of melancholy. They were trapped in a limbo, a place where memories faded like mist in the morning sun. Each shade carried the weight of unfulfilled dreams and whispered regrets, clinging to the remnants of their former lives. They gathered in groups, sharing tales of laughter and love, but their voices were tinged with a longing that resonated deeply in the hearts of those who heard their echoes. Yet, the underworld was not merely a place of sorrow. It was a complex world filled with intrigue and danger. From the depths of the earth, malignant beings stirred. The monstrous Typhon, with serpentine coils and a heart full of rage, posed a threat to the very order of the universe. His fury was unleashed in storms and earthquakes, and while the chthonic deities could quell his rage, they knew they could never fully contain him. His presence was a reminder that chaos lurked not far beneath the surface, waiting for the moment to strike. And, lurking even deeper in the shadows of despair, were the malevolent spirits of the restless. The wraiths, who had never found peace, roamed the recesses of the underworld, their whispers chilling the bones of all who dared to listen. They were vengeful, lost, and filled with an insatiable hunger for recognition. Their stories, filled with torment, begged to be heard, for they were the forgotten, the ones whose lives had ended in anguish. They haunted the dreams of mortals, sending shivers down their spines and stirring unease in the dark corners of the night. The bond between the living and the dead was delicate, a thread woven from the fabric of fear and respect. Offerings were made at altars scattered throughout the earth, places where the veil between the worlds thinned. Candles flickered in remembrance, casting dancing shadows that mimicked the souls they sought to honor. for to forget the dead was to invite chaos into the lives of the living, a risk that many were unwilling to take. In the silence of the underworld, a grand tapestry of existence pulsed with life and death. The chthonic deities, with their myriad creatures and restless spirits, lay at the heart of this eerie dance, weaving tales of love, loss, and the eternal struggle for balance. And as the sun set on the horizon, casting the world into twilight, the shadows grew longer, whispering secrets that echoed through the ages, a reminder that the underworld was always lurking, waiting for those brave enough to confront the darkness within themselves. The tales would never truly end. They only transformed, flowing like the river Styx, leading into the unknown, forever binding the living to the mysteries that lie beneath. In a world where shadows flicker and the air brims with magic, there lies a tapestry woven from the threads of imagination and fear. A creature with the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the tail of a serpent prowls the misty edges of ancient forests. This is no mere figment of a child's imagination. This is the chimera, a hybrid beast born from the very fabric of myth, embodying humanity's deepest fears and desires. The Greeks spoke of the chimera with both reverence and dread. They whispered tales in dimly lit taverns, recounting how this fearsome monster roamed the plains of Lycia, breathing fire and terror into the hearts of its victims. It was said that brave souls who dared to confront the beast often met their doom, consumed by flames and despair. The chimera, with its grotesque combination of features, stood as a testament to the chaos that lurked just beyond the veil of civilization. But the chimera is far from alone in the world of mythological beasts. Across cultures and epochs, hybrid creatures have danced through the pages of history, casting long, eerie shadows. The Sphinx, with the body of a lion and the head of a woman, posed riddles that ensnared the minds of even the wisest men. Those who failed to solve her puzzles would find themselves devoured, leaving only echoes of their brilliance in the dust of time. The ancients revered the Sphinx not only for her cunning, but for the profound questions she embodied, a reflection of humanity's eternal search for knowledge and understanding. In the distant lands of Egypt, the god Anubis, with the body of a man and the head of a jackal, stood as the guardian of the afterlife. His presence was a harbinger of both fear and hope, a reminder that death was not the end, but a passage to something greater. The ancient Egyptians believed that the heart of each soul would be weighed against a feather, determining their fate in the afterlife. Anubis, ever watchful, ensured that this balance was kept, embodying both the fear of eternal judgment and the hope of resurrection. As the sun set on the ancient world, tales of hybrid creatures continued to evolve. In the foggy moors of Scotland, the Kelpie lurked beneath the surface of tranquil waters. This shape-shifting beast, with the form of a beautiful horse, would entice unsuspecting travelers to mount it, only to plunge them into the depths of its watery domain. The Kelpie's allure was a haunting reminder of the dangers hidden beneath serene surfaces, a metaphor for the seductive nature of temptation that could lead to one's destruction. Meanwhile, in the forests of India, the fearsome Naga slithered through the stories of the ancients, a serpent-like deity possessing divine wisdom and ferocious power. With the ability to shift between human and serpent forms, the Naga embodied the duality of creation and destruction, a reminder of the delicate balance of existence. People prayed to the Naga for protection and prosperity, fearing the wrath that could be unleashed should they fail to honor this majestic being. As tales of hybrid creatures traveled across continents, they transformed, taking on new shapes and meanings. The manticore, with the body of a lion, the wings of a bat, and the tail of a scorpion, emerged from Persian lore, a nightmare made flesh. Its piercing gaze and deadly sting inspired fear in the hearts of warriors and poets alike, a chilling embodiment of the unpredictable nature of fate. The legends of these creatures were not merely for entertainment. They served as cautionary tales, warning of the consequences that came with hubris and ignorance. The Minotaur lurked within the labyrinthine halls of Crete, a monstrous reminder of the labyrinthine paths of our own minds, where choices can lead to both glory and madness. This half-man, half-bull creature was said to feast on the flesh of those who dared to enter its maze, a symbol of the darker instincts that dwell within humanity. In the Americas, the blend of animal and human forms took on unique expressions. The legendary chupacabra, a creature said to drain the blood of livestock, emerged from the fears of rural communities. Described variously as a reptilian beast or a canine-like figure, its very existence reflected the anxieties of a world grappling with the unknown and the unseen. It thrived in the shadows, a manifestation of both dread and fascination, capturing the imaginations of those who longed for an explanation in a chaotic world. Even in the modern age, the allure of these hybrid creatures has not faded. They linger in the corners of our minds, echoing through films, books, and art. The fascination with dragons, with their scales, wings, and fiery breath, reminds us of the primal forces of nature, both beautiful and terrifying. The dragon represents the ultimate hybrid, combining the qualities of various creatures into a singular, awe-inspiring form that transcends boundaries. Each tale, each creature, is a thread in the great weave of human experience, capturing the essence of our fears, our hopes, and our dreams. The myths of these beasts are not mere stories. They are reflections of ourselves, urging us to confront the shadows within and around us. They remind us that even in the darkest of places, there is an ember of light, a spark of understanding waiting to be kindled. As the stories of hybrid creatures weave through time, the line between myth and reality blurs. The echoes of their roars and whispers of their presence linger in the air, reminding us that the world is filled with wonders and horrors waiting just beyond the horizon. The tension between what is known and what remains to be discovered dances in our hearts, urging us to listen closely, to look deeper. Every shadow may hide a beast, every rustle may herald a tale yet to be told. The night is alive with possibilities, and the myths are far from over. The real question now lingers. What stories will emerge from the depths of our imaginations next? The moon hung low in the sky, casting silvery shadows over the ancient forest. In that stillness, a whisper carried through the air, soft yet powerful, filled with the weight of untold stories. Animals moved silently among the trees, their presence a tapestry of myth woven into the very fabric of human history. They were more than mere creatures. They were messengers, guides, and spirits, each imbued with a purpose that transcended the natural world. In cultures around the globe, animals held profound significance. The Egyptian goddess Bastet, depicted as a lioness or a domestic cat, was a guardian of home and hearth. Her feline form symbolized protection and femininity. In temples, priests would care for the sacred cats, knowing that in their purrs and graceful movements lay a divine connection. The Egyptians believed these animals could see beyond the veil, offering insights from the other side, a glimpse into the afterlife and the unknown. In the snow-capped mountains of the Andes, the Inca revered the condor. This magnificent bird soared high above the peaks, a bridge between the earth and the heavens. The condor was seen not just as a bird, but as a spirit that carried the souls of the departed to the sky, ensuring they achieved eternal peace. To stand beneath its shadow as it glided effortlessly overhead was to witness a sacred dance of life and death, to feel the pulse of something greater than oneself. Meanwhile, in the dense rainforests of the Amazon, the jaguar prowled with an air of mystery. Among the tribes, this majestic creature symbolized strength and courage. It was believed that the jaguar possessed the power to traverse both the physical and spiritual worlds. Shamans would invoke its spirit during rituals, asking for guidance and protection. The beat of the shaman's drum echoed like thunder, summoning the wild spirit of the jaguar to join in the dance of life, a reminder that the animal world was alive with purpose and wisdom. On distant shores, the myths of the sea whispered tales of the dolphin, a creature of joy and intelligence. The ancient Greeks celebrated dolphins as symbols of protection for sailors. They believed these playful beings would guide lost ships back to shore, and if one happened to swim alongside a vessel, it was considered a sign of good fortune. The bond between humans and dolphins was one of trust and kinship, a reminder that the ocean held both danger and wonder. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting hues of orange and purple across the sky, the stories of the wolf echoed through Native American cultures. The wolf was revered not only as a hunter, but as a teacher and a symbol of loyalty. Tribes recognized the wolf's role within the pack, a reflection of their own community bonds. In solemn ceremonies, the howling of wolves would resonate into the night, a call to honor the spirit of the wild and the lessons it imparted. To hear that howl was to feel a connection to the past, a reminder that ancestors had walked the same paths and felt the same fierce love for their kin. In the swirling sands of ancient Mesopotamia, the bull became a symbol of strength and fertility. The sacred bull of heaven, sent by the goddess Ishtar, brought both blessings and destruction. The clash of wills between gods and mortals played out in the form of this powerful creature, embodying the duality of creation and chaos. The bull's mighty roar was a reminder of nature's unpredictable force, a lesson in respect and reverence. Beyond the physical attributes, these animals were woven into the spiritual fabric of humanity, acting as guides in the darkest of times. In Celtic mythology, the stag, with its majestic antlers, became a symbol of rebirth and renewal. It was believed that to encounter a stag in the forest was to receive a message from the other world. The Celts honored this creature, connecting with its spirit during rituals that celebrated life and the changing seasons. The sight of the stag among the trees was like a heartbeat, echoing the eternal cycle of life. In the shadowy depths of the ocean, the serpent, revered in many cultures, represented transformation and healing. In ancient Egypt, the snake god Wadjet was a protector of the pharaohs, embodying wisdom and rebirth. The shedding of its skin symbolized the cycle of renewal, a theme that resonated with those seeking to break free from the past. The snake's movement through sand and water mirrored the fluidity of life, reminding all that change was the only constant. The stories of these animals were passed down through generations, echoing like the distant call of the owl at night. Each tale carried with it lessons of hope, love, loss, and redemption. The animals served not merely as companions but as bridges connecting the human experience to something far grander. Every flutter of a wing, every rustle of leaves in the wind, whispered secrets from the unseen world, beckoning the listener to pay attention. In the world of myth, animals became reflections of humanity's deepest fears and greatest aspirations. The bear, for instance, symbolized both fierce protection and the need for hibernation, a reminder that sometimes one must retreat inward to gather strength before facing the world again. The sudden rustle of branches could send shivers down a spine. As tales of the great bear echoed in the hearts of those who dwelled near its territory. The interplay between humans and animals in mythology was a dance of respect and reverence. Each spirit, guide, and totem carried the weight of existence, their stories interwoven with the fate of humankind. As the firelight flickered in the darkness, illuminating faces filled with wonder, the myths continued to breathe, carrying the essence of the past into the hearts of all who listened. Each flicker was a heartbeat, a pulse of connection that transcended time, binding generations through the shared experience of the mystical bond with the animal world. And so, the stories flowed like rivers through the landscape of belief, shaping lives and destinies, forever echoing in the whispers of the wind and the rustling of leaves. As one tale ended, another began, intertwining past and present, inviting all to feel the pull of the animals that walked beside them, guides and spirits forever etched in the annals of human history. In a quiet village nestled between towering mountains and a river that whispered ancient secrets, an old woman sat on her porch, her gnarled hands weaving together strands of dried herbs. Each evening, she told tales that danced around the flickering light of her fire, tales of gods that once walked among mortals, leaving footprints in the earth that had long since faded. Children gathered, eyes wide with wonder as the wind carried the haunting echoes of forgotten glories, brushing past their ears like a lover's kiss. The stories flowed like honey, sweet yet tinged with sorrow. They spoke of Marduk, the Babylonian god who battled chaos itself, and of Balder, the radiant Norse figure whose death sent ripples of grief through the heavens. With each word, the old woman breathed life into these forgotten deities, their names growing heavy with the weight of time. The villagers leaned closer, hearts pounding as they absorbed the magic that hung in the air. Across the world, countless gods shared a similar fate, slipping away into the shadows as the ages turned. The grand temples that once echoed with prayers now crumbled into ruins, but the stories endured, carried by the wind like seeds, waiting to take root in the hearts of those who still dared to listen. The Greeks spoke of Gaia, the earth itself, whose sorrow for her children caused the seasons to change. And in the lands of the Celts, tales of the Tuatha de Danann whispered of a pantheon that blended with the very fabric of the misty hills, their powers flowing through the streams and trees. But there was an unsettling truth that lurked beneath the surface of these stories. Not all gods fade peacefully into legend. Some remain restless, trapped between worlds, their voices echoing in the silence of forgotten places. Beneath the old woman's tales, there was a hint of something darker, an awareness that not all stories end with the closing of a chapter. One night, as the fire crackled and shadows danced around them, she spoke of a forgotten god named Tezcatlipoca, the Mexican deity of night and sorcery. She described how he had once ruled the skies, casting his shadow over the world. His shimmering obsidian mirror could see into the hearts of men, revealing their deepest fears and desires. Yet, as the sun rose on new gods and new beliefs, Tezcatlipoca faded into obscurity, his power reduced to hushed whispers. The children, entranced, could almost feel his presence. They could hear the rustle of his cloak in the night as he slipped through the cracks of their realities. Did his heart still beat with rage? Did he long for the days when the world bowed before him? A chill swept through the circle, as if the very air thickened with his forgotten might. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled, extinguishing the flames of the fire, casting the village into darkness. Gasps filled the air, fear mingling with the thrill of the unknown. The old woman's voice rose, cutting through the shadows like a knife. She recounted how Tezcatlipoca had once demanded sacrifices, offering both chaos and fortune to those willing to dance with him in the shadows. Her tales reached a fever pitch, and the children could almost feel the god's cold breath on the nape of their necks. As stories like these spread, they became vessels that carried lost souls and forgotten power. The gods, once revered, transformed into mere echoes, yet their essence lingered in the collective memory of humanity. Each tale held within it a heartbeat, each character a fragment of a divine past. The legends morphed, woven into the very fabric of culture, giving birth to new stories and myths, but always tethered to their origins, like a vine that wraps around the strongest tree, drawing strength from the roots buried deep in the earth. In a distant land, a young woman named Amina wandered through a sprawling market, the air rich with the scent of spices and the sound of bartering voices. She came across a storyteller, his eyes sparkling with mischief and wisdom. He wove a tapestry of tales around her, speaking of Anansi, the trickster spider from African folklore, who had stolen stories from the sky and gifted them to humanity. Amina felt the pull of his words, as if they awakened something inside her, a memory buried so deep it had been forgotten by time. In that moment, Amina understood. The gods never truly left. They lingered in the stories that defined her people, in the laughter and tears shared by generations. She could feel Anansi's playful spirit within her, urging her to spin her own tales, to reclaim her heritage. The storyteller's voice echoed in her mind, a reminder that every person carries a piece of the divine, waiting to be expressed through their own stories. The old woman's voice faded into a haunting silence, the fire reigniting in a burst of warmth and light, revealing the shadows that flickered around them. Glancing down the path, the children saw a figure emerging from the darkness, cloaked in mystery. Their hearts raced as the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Who was this visitor? Was it merely a traveler passing through, or had one of the forgotten gods come to reclaim their story? As the figure stepped forward, a familiar echo of Tezcatlipoca resonated within the hearts of the children. The line between myth and reality began to blur, each heartbeat heavy with the pulsating rhythm of ancient power. The legends that once seemed distant now felt incredibly close, wrapping around them like an embrace. The fire crackled, the wind howled, and the stories hung vividly in the air, a living tapestry of gods, legends, and the whispers of those who dared to remember. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced along the walls as flickering candles cast a warm glow. A soft hum filled the air, resonating from a group of seekers seated in a circle, their eyes closed, hearts open. Each one was seeking guidance, comfort, and a connection to something greater, something ancient. In that stillness, they sensed it, the pulse of the past whispering through time, weaving together the threads of their modern lives with the powerful tapestry of ancient gods. From the bustling streets of Athens to the solemn temples of Egypt, the echoes of the divine linger. The gods of old, Zeus, Isis, Odin, were not merely figures of myth, they were embodiments of the natural world, each representing the essence of human experience. They shaped societies, inspired art, and ignited the fires of spirituality in countless souls. These deities, with their rich narratives of love, war, loss, and rebirth, remain etched in the collective consciousness, influencing beliefs and practices to this day. In the vast expanse of history, the ancient Greeks sought the favor of their gods through elaborate rituals. They lived under the watchful eyes of deities who governed everything from the harvest to the tides. The Olympians were mirrors reflecting humanity's deepest desires and fears. In the stillness of the night, one could almost hear the echoes of prayers and sacrifices, the desperate cries for mercy or gratitude. Today, those same desires, love, protection, abundance, still resonate within the hearts of people who find solace in the stories of these ancient beings. Across the Mediterranean, in the sun-baked sands of Egypt, the goddess Isis was revered as a protector and a healer. Her legend spoke of resurrection, love, and the eternal cycle of life. In modern spirituality, her influence can be felt in practices that emphasize healing, nurturing energy, and the divine feminine. With every ritual performed in her name, there is a subtle invocation, a call to the past that resonates through the ages, reminding devotees of their intrinsic connection to the universe. Norse mythology, with its formidable gods like Odin and Thor, offers another layer to the modern spiritual landscape. Odin, the all-seeing god, represents wisdom and knowledge, while Thor embodies strength and protection. As people grapple with the chaos of contemporary life, they find themselves turning to these ancient figures for guidance. In the midst of uncertainty, the stories of valor and sacrifice breathe life into modern challenges, igniting a spark of courage in the hearts of those who seek resilience in their own lives. The passion for ancient deities doesn't solely exist in formal rituals. It flourishes in the reverence for nature, the cycles of the moon, and the changing seasons. Modern pagans and spiritual seekers alike look to the earth, connecting with the elemental forces that have been revered since time immemorial. A full moon rises, its silvery glow casting a divine light upon the gathering of souls who honor the old ways. They feel the power of the moon goddess, drawing strength and wisdom as they chant their intentions into the night sky, their voices rising like offerings to the stars. Even the symbols of ancient gods have made their way into the fabric of modern spirituality. The pentacle, once a symbol of the goddess Venus, now serves as a powerful talisman of protection and balance. The Ankh, an ancient Egyptian symbol, signifies life and eternity, its essence interwoven with the aspirations of those who seek enlightenment and immortality of the spirit. These symbols are more than mere shapes. They are conduits of energy, anchoring the past in the present, reminding people of the sacredness of their existence. In a small shop tucked away in a lively marketplace, a woman peruses crystals and herbs, her fingers grazing over a beautifully crafted statue of Ganesh, the remover of obstacles. She feels a rush of energy as she reverently picks it up, aware of the history, the devotion packed into this small figure. For her, Ganesh is not just a relic of the past. He is a living presence, guiding her through the challenges of daily life. Every time she encounters difficulty, she whispers a prayer to him, invoking the wisdom of an ancient god to clear her path. As the world spins on, the influence of these ancient deities infuses daily rituals and spiritual practices across the globe. From yoga studios to meditation retreats, the echoes of the past reverberate with renewed intensity. The chants and mantras, once uttered in sacred spaces, now fill the air in urban sanctuaries. Each utterance becomes a bridge connecting the present to the timeless wisdom of those who walked before, forging an unbroken lineage of faith and belief. Tension builds as a group of spiritual seekers gathers under a starlit sky for a ceremony to honor the gods. They stand in a sacred circle, hearts racing as the ancient chants rise in unison. The air thickens with anticipation, an electric energy humming like a live wire. It is a moment when the past collides with the present, where divine energy surges and the gods are summoned to witness the human experience anew. Each beat of the drum calls forth the spirits, awakening the echoes of ancient rites. A sudden wind sweeps through the gathering, carrying whispers of the divine, sending shivers down the spines of those present. They feel the presence of something greater, a shadow in the moonlight, a flicker of the ethereal. Tears spill down cheeks, not from sorrow but from an overwhelming sense of connection, of belonging to a sacred tapestry woven through time. In that moment, they are not just individuals, they are threads in the grand design, partaking in a story that transcends the ages. As the night deepens, the ceremony unfolds with fervor, and the seekers chant louder, their voices merging into one. It is a symphony of life, a powerful call to the gods who shaped the world long before them. They feel the weight of history pressing onto their shoulders, an unspoken promise that they are not alone. The influence of ancient gods pulses through their veins, a reminder that their struggles, joys, and aspirations are not new. They are echoes of a timeless human experience, a connection that binds all souls, past, present, and future. With each heartbeat, the tension escalates, and the seekers know that their journey is far from over. As the fire crackles and the ancient songs fill the night air, they dance on the precipice of the sacred, ready to embrace whatever may come next, knowing that the ancients are with them, guiding their path into the uncharted territories of the soul. The story continues, and the ancient gods watch over, their influence a gentle reminder that the past is forever intertwined with the present, leaving an indelible mark on the journey of spirituality. In a dimly lit gallery, a flickering light highlights a mural of a creature long forgotten. Its scales shimmer in shades of emerald and gold, a haunting reminder of a time when legends roamed the earth. The artist, with trembling hands, has breathed life back into the beast, a majestic dragon that once soared through the skies, instilling fear and awe in those who dared to gaze upward. Here, in this contemporary space, the boundaries between past and present blur, and forgotten creatures find new voices. Once, these mythical beings filled the hearts of people with wonder. In ancient Mesopotamia, the Lamassu, part lion, part man, guarded the gates of important cities, offering protection and bravery to those within. With its powerful wings and fierce face, the Lamassu stood as a symbol of strength against the chaos of the world. Yet, as time marched on, these incredible creatures slipped into the shadows of history, leaving behind echoes of their power. Today, artists and storytellers rekindle the flame, transforming them into modern icons, weaving their narratives into the tapestry of contemporary culture. In a bustling cafe, a group of friends huddles around a table, animatedly discussing a recent fantasy film that depicted the legendary creature, the unicorn. Once a symbol of purity and grace, unicorns have evolved into more than mere decorations for children's rooms. They have become cultural icons, embodying hope and the pursuit of dreams in an increasingly chaotic world. The friends' laughter rings out as they share their favorite scenes, their voices rising with excitement. But beneath the surface, there is a shared sense of longing, a desire to connect with something that feels both magical and real. In this new era, reimagining these forgotten creatures taps into a deep emotional well. Artists draw upon the power of mythology to address contemporary issues, allowing these ancient beings to reflect human struggles and aspirations. The Kraken, once a fearsome monster lurking in the depths, now emerges in graphic novels as a misunderstood creature, symbolizing the battle against environmental destruction. In the pages of these vibrant stories, the Kraken's tentacles become a metaphor for the chaos of modern life, reminding readers that even the fiercest beasts can have a heart. The whispers of the past echo through the halls of museums, where curators curate exhibits that spotlight these creatures in a whole new light. Visitors stand in awe before a display of the Minotaur, a creature born of tragedy and isolation. In the labyrinth of the human psyche, the Minotaur represents the struggle within, a beast trapped by the darkness of its own making. Today's artists reinterpret this tale, giving voice to the marginalized and exploring the complexities of identity. The Minotaur's story challenges us to confront our inner demons, evoking empathy for those who feel lost in a world that often feels unforgiving. In the quiet corners of bookstores, a new genre emerges: urban fantasy. Its pages teem with creatures once thought relegated to the annals of history. The Banshee, once a harbinger of doom, now embodies resilience, a figure of strength amid sorrow. Authors breathe life into her wails, turning her tragic fate into an anthem of empowerment. Readers find solace in her story, resonating with the pain of loss while celebrating the beauty of survival. The Banshee's cries echo through the halls of contemporary culture, a reminder that even in grief, there is a path toward healing. In art installations, the Phoenix rises anew. Once a mere symbol of rebirth, she now challenges notions of impermanence in a world obsessed with fleeting moments. Artists create breathtaking sculptures that capture her in mid-flight, wings aflame with colors both vibrant and haunting. As people gather to witness this transformation, they share their stories of struggle, resonating with the Phoenix's journey. Each flicker of flame ignites hope, igniting conversations about resilience and change, pushing the boundaries of how forgotten creatures can reshape our understanding of ourselves. In the realm of video games, a new breed of creatures takes flight. The Griffin, a guardian of wisdom, becomes a fierce ally in vast, open worlds where players embark on quests for justice and truth. The Griffin's majestic form, a blend of eagle and lion, embodies the spirit of adventure. Players are urged to conquer fears, to seek the extraordinary hidden beneath the mundane. Every encounter with this legendary being invites players to reflect on their own journeys, reinforcing the notion that within each of us lies the potential for greatness. On social media platforms, hashtags breathe life into these mythical beings. Fans share art, stories, and theories, creating a vibrant tapestry of connection. The chimera, once a creature of chaos, evolves into a symbol of diversity and inclusivity. Its multifaceted nature reflects the complexity of humanity, prompting discussions on acceptance and understanding. With each post, the chimera's legacy grows, reminding us that embracing our differences is what truly makes us stronger. These creatures, once relegated to the dusty pages of history, are no longer forgotten. They are resurrected and reimagined, woven into the fabric of contemporary culture, embodying the struggles, dreams, and emotions of today. A new generation finds solace in their tales, connecting across time and space, finding common ground in the stories of these ancient beings. In the quiet of the gallery, the artist steps back from the mural, wiping a bead of sweat from their brow. With each stroke of the brush, they breathe life into the dragon, transforming it from mere myth to a symbol of hope. A passing visitor pauses, feeling an inexplicable connection to the creature that now roars in vibrant colors. The air is thick with anticipation, the past and present entwined in a complex dance. As the dragon's eyes seem to glimmer with life, it becomes clear. These forgotten creatures are not merely relics of a bygone era. They are living, breathing entities, resonating within the souls of those who dare to believe in the magic of the unknown. And as the world spins on, the gallery becomes a sanctuary, a place where the echoes of forgotten creatures are not just memories, but rather whispers of what could be. Each story, each reimagining, ignites a fire in the hearts of those who come to witness. The dragon's roar, once lost in the winds of time, calls out to a new generation, beckoning them to reclaim the magic that has long lain dormant. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm, golden hue over the windswept plains of the ancient landscape. Each gust of wind whispered tales of old, resonating with echoes of a time when gods walked among mortals. A small team of archaeologists stood before an unassuming mound, their hearts racing with the weight of what lay beneath. What secrets were buried there? What stories had been forgotten, left to fade into the annals of time? As the shovel struck the earth, a thick cloud of dust billowed up, swirling around them like a shroud. The sound of metal against stone sent chills down their spines, a harbinger of what was to come. With each cautious scrape, they unearthed fragments of pottery adorned with intricate symbols, animal figures, and swirling patterns that seemed to pulse with life. These were not mere artifacts. They were remnants of worship, a language of devotion carved in clay. The team uncovered a small idol, no larger than a child's fist, its features worn yet powerful. The figure depicted a deity with exaggerated eyes and a serene smile, embodying a forgotten age. Who was this being? The air crackled with anticipation, the kind that makes your heart race and your breath hitch in your throat. The archaeologists exchanged quick glances, each one silently questioning what this discovery could mean. As they brushed away the layers of dirt and time, more idols emerged, each one unique, each one telling a story of its own. A goddess of fertility, with a belly that swelled in offering. A god of the harvest, with an arm raised toward the sky, perhaps signaling gratitude or beckoning the rain. Each piece felt like a heartbeat from the past, a connection that ran through time, intertwining their lives with those who had come before. Among the finds was a small shrine, half buried and covered in intricate carvings. Its beauty struck them like a thunderbolt. The craftsmanship was exquisite, every detail honed to perfection. They could almost hear the prayers that had filled this space, the hushed whispers of devotion that had once reverberated against its walls. It stirred a yearning deep within them, a desire to understand these ancient people, to feel their hopes and dreams woven into the fabric of their existence. As dusk began to cloak the landscape in shadows, The archaeologists gathered around the latest finds, a palpable thrill running through them. What if these gods were not just symbols of faith? One murmured, his voice barely above a breath. What if they were reflections of the people themselves? The question hung in the air, heavy and electric. It opened a door to a universe of possibilities. What if the forgotten deities had once danced in the hearts of their worshippers, their stories spilling into the lives of the people who believed in them? What if their essence lingered still, waiting to be touched, to be remembered once more? With the night creeping in, they worked faster, driven by an urgency that felt almost primal. Each piece they uncovered felt like a direct line to a past that was not so distant, a tapestry of lives interwoven with the divine. They were not just scraping away dirt, they were peeling back the layers of existence. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, a distant rumble that sent a shiver through the team. They paused, hearts pounding as the air filled with a strange energy. Had the earth itself awakened to the presence of its long-forgotten inhabitants? The moment felt charged with the essence of a time long gone, as if the spirits of those who once worshipped these deities were gathering in the twilight. In that charged atmosphere, they found another statue, this one larger, imposing, and unlike anything they had seen before. It was a fierce figure with arms outstretched, fierce eyes gazing into the distance as if guarding secrets too formidable to behold. The team felt it, a weight pressing down upon them, a sense of reverence that made their skin prickle and their hearts race. "What stories do you hold?" someone whispered, the words escaping like a prayer. The answer felt almost palpable, a rush of images and emotions that surged through them. A people thriving, a culture rich with tradition, their lives interwoven with the divine. The tension in the air thickened, palpable and intoxicating, feeding a fire of curiosity that burned brighter with every revelation. As darkness enveloped the site, they gathered around a small campfire, their minds racing with visions of the past. The flames flickered, shadows dancing on their faces, reminding them of the ancient rituals that had once lit the night. The air was thick with the scent of earth and smoke, and with every crackle of the fire, they felt the presence of the stones, the clay, and the spirits that had lain dormant for centuries. Each archaeologist felt the pull of their discovery, a deep-seated need to connect with those who had once worshipped here. They found themselves sharing theories, imagining the songs that might have filled the air, the festivals that had celebrated the changing seasons, and the prayers that had sought blessings from these forgotten deities. Emotions swelled within them, excitement, awe, and an undeniable sadness for the lives that had once flourished, now lost to the relentless march of time. With each passing moment, they felt the weight of responsibility. Who would tell these stories? Who would ensure that the memories of these deities would not fade away again? As the stars twinkled above like distant sentinels, they felt a connection that transcended time. The forgotten deities, once silent and hidden, began to whisper through the night. Each star seemed to twinkle in response, as if the cosmos itself were urging them to listen, to understand. The forgotten was awakening, demanding to be known, and the archaeologists found themselves standing at the threshold of a revelation that could bridge the gap between then and now. Unbeknownst to them, the true journey was just beginning, one that would lead them to even deeper discoveries, each more profound than the last. As the night deepened, the fire flickered and the whispers grew louder, leading them ever onward into a world rich with forgotten deities and the lives that once flourished in their divine shadow. A flickering fire illuminated the faces of a small gathering, casting long shadows that danced and swirled in rhythm with the whispers of the night. The scent of burning sage wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil, and as the flames leaped higher, an ancient chant rose from the lips of a shaman. His voice, low yet resonant, carried the weight of centuries, a bridge to a time when the spirits of nature were revered, and the essence of life pulsed with the heartbeat of the earth itself. In that moment, every listener felt the tingling presence of something larger than themselves, a connection to ancestors who once walked these lands. Shamanism, with its rich tapestry of rituals and beliefs, served as a vital thread that wove the past into the present. It was not merely a practice, but a lifeline, a way for communities to hold on to their histories, their identities, and their sacred stories. The history of shamanism was as varied as the landscapes it emerged from. In the Arctic, shamans donned sealskin and invoked the spirits of the ice, while in the jungles of the Amazon, they brewed potent potions from sacred plants, inviting visions that revealed the unseen. Each culture, each tribe, found its own voice within the shaman's sacred space. They became the keepers of knowledge, the mediators between the natural and supernatural worlds. With each rhythmic beat of the drum, the air grew thick with anticipation. The shaman's eyes closed and the world faded into a swirl of colors and sounds. He traveled beyond the physical realm to commune with spirits, seeking guidance for his people. His body remained in the circle, but his spirit soared to places untouched by time. This was the essence of shamanism, the ability to transcend ordinary existence and tap into the collective memory of humanity, to preserve the stories that might otherwise be lost. As the fire crackled and embers floated like stars into the night, the memories of past rituals echoed in the minds of those gathered. They recalled the tales passed down through generations, the heroic deeds of ancestors who faced storms and drought, who danced under the moonlight to call forth rain, and who offered their gratitude to the earth for its bounty. The shaman's role was crucial. He was not only a healer, but also the storyteller, the one who ensured that these ancient beliefs remained alive, vibrant, and relevant. In the quiet corners of the world, where modernity threatened to erase deep-seated traditions, shamans stood resilient, safeguarding the wisdom of their ancestors. Their ceremonies were not just performances. They were acts of defiance against the cultural amnesia that loomed over societies. Each prayer, each offering was a reminder of the past, a way to honor the spirits who had long watched over the land. But the shaman's journey was fraught with challenges. The relentless march of time brought with it the encroachment of cities, the depletion of forests, and the fading of ancestral languages. Yet, in the face of adversity, the shaman's voice grew louder. He rallied his community, reminding them of their roots and the importance of their shared history. He taught them the sacred songs, the healing herbs, and the stories of the land, ensuring that the essence of their culture could not be easily erased. The intensity of the sacred gathering swelled as the shaman engaged in acts of healing, laying hands on the sick, invoking the spirits for restoration. His presence was electric, a conduit of energy that surged through the crowd. The air crackled with emotion, each heartbeat a tribute to the delicate balance between life and death. Those who witnessed these acts felt something shift within them, a recognition of the power that lay in connection, to each other, to the land, and to the ancestors who had come before. In the distance, thunder rumbled, and rain began to fall. The people lifted their arms to the heavens, welcoming the deluge as a sign of blessings yet to come. The shaman smiled, the moisture glistening on his skin, knowing that nature responded to their calls, echoing the ancient rhythms of life. It was a beautiful dance, a fusion of spirituality and nature, of belief and tradition. In that sacred space, the past was not something to be forgotten. It was a living force that shaped their identities. As the storm raged, the shaman continued his chants, a melody woven into the fabric of the night. Each note reverberated like a heartbeat, a pulse that kept the ancient beliefs alive. The storm, majestic and powerful, became an ally, a reminder that the spirits were always listening, always present. In these moments, the boundaries between worlds blurred, and all who gathered felt an unexplainable surge of faith, a deep sense of belonging to something greater. Every story shared, every rite performed, was a thread in the tapestry of existence, binding generations together. The shaman's role was not just to heal, but to inspire resilience, a call to honor the past while navigating the complexities of the present. As the night wore on, the fire blazed brighter, illuminating the faces of those who understood the magnitude of what was at stake. They were not merely spectators, they were participants in a living legacy, custodians of ancient wisdom that would resonate through the ages. With each passing moment, the energy in the air shifted, building to a crescendo that was almost palpable. The people, caught in the current of their shared experience, felt their hearts beat as one. The shaman's wisdom was their own. His stories lived within them, echoing through the ages. They were the echoes of the past, the embodiment of traditions that refused to fade. And in that sacred space, even the threat of oblivion seemed but a whisper against the roar of their collective spirit. In the heart of that gathering, where the fire crackled and the rain poured, the cycle of belief continued, undeterred and alive. The shaman looked into the eyes of his people, and in that gaze lay the promise of continuity and hope. The ancient beliefs would endure, carried on the winds of time, forever entwined with the rhythm of life. The journey was far from over, and as the night deepened, the whispers of the ancestors rose again, urging them to remember, to honor, to believe. The air vibrated with an ancient pulse. A heartbeat echoed through the trees as twilight cast a golden veil over the clearing. Shadows danced in the flickering light of torches, their flames whispering secrets to the night. Here, in this sacred space, remnants of the past melded with the present, where rituals once breathed life into forgotten traditions and offerings were made to spirits long lost to time. The villagers gathered, their faces illuminated by the warm glow, eyes filled with anticipation. They carried small bundles wrapped in leaves, tokens of gratitude and respect. The fragrance of herbs and spices wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy scent of the soil beneath their feet. Each step they took was steeped in reverence, bound by the weight of history, a connection to their ancestors who had walked this path before them. In the center of the gathering stood a stone altar, rough-hewn and weathered, its surface etched with symbols that had been carved by hands long gone. Each mark told a story, a piece of a puzzle that linked the living with the departed. The villagers believed that offerings placed upon this altar would bridge the gap between worlds, calling forth the spirits that had shaped their lives and destinies. As the sun faded into a deep indigo, the air thickened with anticipation. The village elder, a figure draped in woven cloth adorned with intricate patterns, raised his voice to fill the silence. His words flowed like a river, a melody of history that resonated with the souls gathered around him. He spoke of the harvest, of the cycles of life and death, and of the spirits that watched over them, guiding their hands and hearts. With each word, the villagers felt the weight of their ancestors behind them, urging them to remember, to honor. They knew the power of the rituals, for they had witnessed the miracles that unfolded during these sacred gatherings. When offerings were made, grains, fruits, and even tokens of craftsmanship, the spirits responded. Crops flourished, and the community thrived, and every season brought a new chance to reconnect with the essence of their heritage. One by one, they stepped forward, placing their offerings upon the altar. A young girl, her hands trembling with excitement, laid down a woven basket filled with bright red berries, glistening like tiny jewels under the twilight sky. She had gathered them herself, a gift for the spirits of the forest that had nurtured her family for generations. Her heart raced, knowing that her small act of devotion was intertwined with something much greater than herself. As the offerings piled high, an electric energy filled the air, a sensation that sent shivers down spines. The villagers closed their eyes, their whispers rising in a collective prayer, a song of remembrance that seemed to reach beyond the stars. They could almost hear the echoes of laughter and the soft guidance of ancient voices guiding them, reminding them of who they were and where they came from. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the clearing, extinguishing the torches in an instant. A sharp intake of breath rippled through the crowd, hearts racing in the dark. Panic flickered briefly, but the elder's steady voice brought them back to focus. "Fear not," he said, "for the spirits are near." Just as quickly, the wind calmed, returning a stillness to the night, as if the spirits themselves had paused to listen. With renewed courage, an older man stepped forward, his weathered hands holding a small wooden carving, intricately detailed. It was a likeness of the spirit of the hunt, representing protection and abundance. He placed it gently on the altar, feeling a surge of warmth flood through him as if the spirit had accepted the offering. Memories of past hunts flooded his mind, days spent in the woods, the thrill of tracking, and the shared laughter among friends. Each moment fueled the fire of connection that bound his past to the present. As the offerings continued, the atmosphere shifted. A subtle glow began emanating from the altar, illuminating the carved symbols with an ethereal light. Gasps rose among the villagers, their eyes widening as they watched in awe. The air thickened with emotion, a tangible reminder that this night was unlike any other. The forgotten spirits stirred, their presence palpable, weaving through the crowd like an unseen thread, binding them to their ancestors with a fierce, undeniable love. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The shadows lengthened, and the boundary between worlds blurred. The young girl felt a gentle touch upon her shoulder, a whisper of reassurance that everything was as it should be. She opened her eyes, catching sight of the reflections of the past manifesting around her, a fleeting glimpse of a young woman much like herself, hands stained with berries, laughter echoing in the air. Her heart raced, and she knew this was not merely a memory but a promise that she was never truly alone. As the ritual unfolded, voices rose in a harmonious chant, weaving a tapestry of sound that resonated through the trees and into the night. The pulse of the earth harmonized with their song, a rhythmic connection that felt both thrilling and terrifying. Each note carried the weight of history, a reminder that they stood on sacred ground, a bridge between the living and the dead. The villagers moved as one, a collective force fueled by passion and purpose. The firelight flickered, casting long shadows that danced along the trees, whispering tales of those who had come before. An urgency filled the air, a call to remember and to honor the forgotten ones who had shaped their lives in profound ways. The spirits were not just echoes of the past. They were a living part of their existence, urging them to keep the flames of tradition alive. Jubilant laughter mixed with the solemnity of the moment, emotions intertwining like the threads of a vast tapestry. Each offering, each prayer connected them with the past, creating a vibrant thread that pulsed with life. As the night deepened, an overwhelming sense of belonging enveloped them, a reminder that their stories were woven into the very fabric of the universe. With hearts full of gratitude, they continued to offer their thanks, knowing that the spirits were listening, watching, and responding in ways they could not yet understand. They were embarking on something much greater than a single ritual. They were igniting a legacy that would transcend time, echoing through generations yet to come. Just as the last offering was laid upon the altar, a soft glow enveloped the clearing, radiating warmth and light that filled the hearts of all present. The villagers stood together, united by an unbreakable bond, their spirits entwined in a celebration that echoed through the ages. The whispers of the forgotten echoed in their hearts, urging them to continue the cycle of remembrance, to keep the light alive. The night was only just beginning, and the connection to the unseen world was a thread that would never fray, a bond that would carry them into the next chapter of their existence, where the echoes of the forgotten awaited to be honored once again. In the flickering torchlight of ancient halls, shadows danced upon the walls, whispering stories of gods and creatures long forgotten yet eternally alive in the artistry that surrounded them. Each brush stroke, Every chisel mark was a heartbeat, a pulse of life that echoed the hopes and fears of a civilization that believed in the power of the divine and the magic of the world. The gods weren't mere figures, they were the very essence of existence, woven into the fabric of life itself, taking form in vibrant colors and intricate details. A large stone mural loomed in a temple, depicting a majestic figure with a radiant crown, arms outstretched as if to embrace the heavens. This was no ordinary ruler. This was Zeus, the king of the gods whose presence commanded respect and awe. The artist, with a deft hand, had captured the glimmer of divine power in Zeus's eyes, making onlookers feel as if they might be struck by a bolt of lightning simply by gazing upon his formidable visage. The curls of his hair flowed like rivulets of gold, and the drapery of his robes seemed to flutter with a wind that only he could summon. As worshippers knelt before the mural, they felt a shiver run through them, a connection to something larger than life itself. Meanwhile, in another corner of the temple, a different scene unfolded. A terrifying creature. With the body of a lion and the wings of an eagle, the awe-inspiring griffin stood guard over treasures unimaginable. Its fierce gaze bore into the souls of those who dared approach, a reminder that beauty could blend seamlessly with terror. Artists, inspired by myth, rendered the creature with such precision that its very muscles seemed to ripple under the weight of its power. The people marveled at the griffin, a symbol of strength and protection, yet they felt an undertow of fear, knowing that with great power comes great responsibility. In distant lands, the Egyptians sculpted their gods with reverence, each figure a symbol of life, death, and rebirth. Among them, the god Anubis, depicted with a jackal's head, guarded the gates of the afterlife. The intricacy of the artwork was staggering, capturing the essence of the divine with both beauty and eeriness. The meticulous detail of Anubis's fur and the piercing gaze of his golden eyes sent shivers down spines as the faithful prepared for their own journeys into the unknown. Each curve of the statue seemed to pulse with an energy that transcended time, a bridge connecting the living with the world beyond. As the sun set, casting a golden hue over the temples, the stories whispered by these artworks became louder, echoing the beliefs and values of the people. Here, every carving, every fresco was a prayer, a plea for favor, a warning against hubris, or a celebration of the miraculous. The figures of gods and creatures stood frozen in time, yet they breathed life into the very stones that bore them. The laughter of a child would mingle with the solemn chants of priests, creating a symphony of emotions that resonated through the ages. Then came the Greeks, whose artistry captured the essence of humanity intertwined with the divine. They carved scenes of gods engaging in the affairs of mortals, their laughter, their rage, their capricious whims. A statue of Athena, the goddess of wisdom, radiated strength. Her armor reflected the light, and her eyes held the wisdom of ages. Beside her, the figure of Hermes, with his winged sandals and mischievous smile, seemed poised to leap into action. This captivating portrayal of gods was not just a testament to skill, but a mirror reflecting the complexities of human nature. In contrast, a darker tale emerged from the shadows. The haunting visage of Hades, the ruler of the underworld, was portrayed in solemn tones, his gaze heavy with the weight of the souls he shepherded. The artwork evoked a sense of dread, yet the craftsmanship was so mesmerizing that one could not look away. The figures in the underworld, tormented yet beautiful, captured the struggle between despair and hope, reminding viewers of their own mortality. Every piece of art told a story, and every story had the power to sway hearts and minds. The gods were not distant, they were present, alive in the echoes of the past. In temples and public squares, the art of myth transformed mere stone and paint into vessels of emotion. People gathered, their eyes wide with wonder, hearts racing as they listened to tales of betrayal, love, and vengeance as depicted on the walls around them. The moment they stepped into the presence of these divine representations, They were transported into a reality where the boundaries between earth and sky blurred. Ancient art was not merely decoration. It was a lifeline to the past, a way to invoke the spirits of the gods and creatures that shaped the world. Artists infused their creations with the power to evoke joy, fear, love, and rage. A single glance could ignite a fire in the soul, stirring long-forgotten memories or hopes for the future. Every temple, every statue, was a testament to humanity's eternal quest for connection with the divine. As the night deepened, the stories continued to spin, the figures in the artwork whispering their secrets to those who dared to listen. The whispers promised more than mere entertainment. They offered a glimpse into the soul of a civilization that thrived on the interplay of fear and reverence, beauty and terror. The cycle of life, death, and rebirth wove itself through every piece, creating an unbreakable bond between the gods and the people who called upon them in times of need. In that moment, as shadows flickered and the air grew thick with reverence, one could almost feel the presence of the gods themselves, standing just beyond the veil of time, watching over the art crafted in their honor, a testament to humanity's enduring spirit, forever captured in stone and color. The artist's hand would always tell the tales that needed to be told, ensuring that the echoes of the gods and their creatures could never truly fade away. In the dim light of an ancient library, dust danced in the air like whispers of long-lost stories. The scent of old parchment wrapped around every corner, a tangible memory of time. A young girl, with wild curls and eyes full of wonder, reached for a book that seemed to call to her from the highest shelf. As her fingers brushed against the worn leather cover, a shiver ran down her spine, as if the very essence of the myths it contained was reaching out to her. These tales, once vibrant and alive, had faded like the ink on their pages. They spoke of gods and goddesses, heroes and monsters, each story more compelling than the last. Yet they had been tucked away, forgotten in the back alleys of history. This girl, however, was about to breathe life back into them. As she opened the book, the words glowed faintly, awakening echoes of voices that had long been silent. The first story spilled forth, a tale of the ancient Greek hero, Perseus, who, with the help of the gods, defeated the fearsome Gorgon, Medusa. Her snakes writhed, hissing with rage, but Perseus, armed with courage and cunning, faced her head-on. This was not just a story of bravery. It was a reminder of the struggles that lay within every heart. The girl felt the weight of Perseus's sword, the chill of Medusa's stare, and the rush of triumph that followed. Each word resonated deep within her, sparking a fire of imagination that lit up her world. As she turned the pages, more myths unfolded, tales of the Norse gods where Thor wielded his hammer against giants and Odin sacrificed himself for wisdom, hanging from Yggdrasil, the world tree. She could almost hear the crackle of thunder and the rustle of leaves in the wind as the stories wove themselves around her, enveloping her in a cocoon of emotion. It was as if these forgotten myths waited for someone to remember, to share their weight and wonder with the world once more. Through the centuries, these stories had shaped countless lives and cultures. The very fabric of art, literature, and media had been stitched together with threads of ancient tales. The girl's heart raced as she realized that these myths were not just relics of the past. They lived on, pulsing with relevance in the modern age. She thought of movies and books, of superheroes that mirrored the ancient heroes, of struggles and journeys that echoed those of the past. The shadows in the library seemed to shift around her, hinting at the stories that had influenced great minds. Shakespeare had drawn from mythology, spinning tales of love and betrayal, while Dante had woven elements of Greek and Roman mythology into his epic Divine Comedy. The girl could feel the weight of their genius, the brilliance of their work, which had been ignited by the flames of these ancient stories. They were forever bound to the myths that had come before, as if the very essence of creativity was rooted in the whispers of past legends. She turned the page again, her breath catching as she stumbled upon a lesser-known myth, one of a forgotten queen, fierce and wise, who led her people through a tempest of war and passion, only to be overshadowed by the more celebrated tales of male heroes. Yet her spirit was unbroken. The girl felt an ache in her chest, a connection that transcended time. Why had she never learned of these stories in school? Why were they left in the shadows, much like the queen herself? The forgotten myths were not merely stories. They were voices of those who had been silenced, echoes that deserved to be heard. With each tale, the girl's mind raced with possibilities. She envisioned the queen's story being told on screen, her struggles and victories depicted in vibrant colors that leaped off the screen. She imagined a world where these lost myths were resurrected, where every child could find strength in the heroes who had come before them. The thought filled her with a sense of urgency. The legacy of these stories must not dwindle any longer. Yet, just as the excitement bubbled within her, a sense of dread began to creep in. What if, in the rush to revive these myths, they were twisted, misinterpreted, or commercialized? The thought sent a chill through her bones. The essence of these stories, their power, their lessons, could be diluted if not treated with reverence. She wanted to shout, to warn others, to protect these timeless tales from becoming mere entertainment. Suddenly, the library flickered as if responding to her turmoil, and she felt a rush of air, as if the myths themselves were awakening. The pages began to flutter, the whispers grew louder, filling the space with an energy that pulsed like a heartbeat. The girl realized she was not alone. She was surrounded by the spirits of the storytellers, the dreamers who had once breathed life into these myths. They reached out, urging her to carry their legacy forward. With her heart pounding, she resolved to become a vessel for these stories. She could write, create, and share them with the world, ensuring that the forgotten myths did not fade into obscurity again. Each tale was a thread in the tapestry of humanity, and she felt a powerful connection to all those who had come before her. There was a beauty in their struggles, an elegance in their victories, and she knew she had to honor that. As the library darkened, swallowed by the night, the girl closed her eyes, envisioning the future. A future where stories transformed lives, where the forgotten myths would inspire generations, just as they had inspired her. A world where the legacy of these tales would continue to ripple through time, shaping hearts and minds with their wisdom, courage, and passion. The book in her hands began to glow warmly, illuminating the library's shadows and her spirit. With newfound determination, she understood that this was just the beginning. The forgotten myths had awakened, and she was ready to embrace her role in their epic revival. Each breath she took filled her with hope and resolution, an unbreakable thread woven into the fabric of history, pulling her forward into the next chapter of her life. The wind whispered through the trees, a gentle caress that stirred the leaves like secrets shared among old friends. In that moment, standing in the shadow of an ancient oak, one could almost hear the heartbeat of the earth beneath their feet, a steady thump that echoed stories older than time itself. Legends spoke of spirits inhabiting every inch of the natural world, beings woven into the very fabric of existence. They were not mere figments of folklore. They were alive, breathing, and watchful, embodying the essence of nature itself. In the early days of civilization, when the world was still young, people revered these spirits, believing them to govern the rivers, mountains, and forests. The Celts, with their deep connection to the land, saw the divine in every brook and glade. They worshipped Nemitona, the goddess of sacred groves, who stood a sentinel over the woodland paths, her spirit shimmering in the dappled sunlight. Each tree was a vessel of her presence, and to harm one was to invite her wrath. They held festivals celebrating the cycle of life, honoring the spirits that guided them through the seasons. The thought of their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves created a sense of warmth, a connection that transcended mere existence. In the heart of the Amazon, the indigenous tribes believed in the great spirit of the forest, known as Pachamama. To them, she was not just a deity but a living entity, nurturing and fierce. They understood that to take from her was to give back, a delicate balance of respect and reciprocity. During sacred ceremonies, as the sun dipped below the horizon, they would gather around a fire, offering thanks to the spirits that protected their lands. Their chants echoed through the trees, a haunting melody that vibrated with the pulse of the earth. This was not mere superstition. It was a profound understanding of their place within the natural order, a symbiotic relationship that defined their existence. As time marched on, the threads of these beliefs began to fray. The rise of cities and the grinding wheels of industry dulled the sacred connection to nature. Yet, in the quieter corners of the world, the spirits remained, waiting patiently for those who would listen. The Native American tribes spoke of the Great Spirit, the force that infused all living things with life and purpose. They revered the animals as guides, spirits that roamed the earth not just in flesh but in essence. Each creature held a lesson, a story waiting to unfold in the rustle of grass or the flutter of feathers. In their eyes, the world was alive, a tapestry of interconnected souls, each worthy of respect and admiration. In Japan, the Shinto faith embraced the idea of kami, the divine spirits residing in nature. Every mountain, river, and even stone held a spirit that deserved reverence. This belief shaped not only their spirituality but their very way of life. The cherry blossoms that painted the landscape each spring were not simply beautiful. They were a reminder of the fleeting nature of life, the cycle of birth and death that defined existence. Festivals celebrated this impermanence, a dance of joy and sorrow intertwined. As petals fell, they whispered promises of renewal, a gentle nudge from the spirits urging the people to cherish every moment. Yet, there was a tension brewing in the modern world. The relentless march of progress threatened to drown out the voices of the spirits, to silence the songs that had resonated for centuries. Forests were cut down, rivers dammed, and the cries of the earth grew louder in their despair. But amidst this struggle, a flicker of hope emerged. Movements sprang forth, voices rising in harmony with nature's call. People began to remember, to reconnect with the spirits that awaited them in the wild. They sought solace in the mountains, wisdom in the rivers, and strength in the wind. A gathering of souls took place on a misty morning at the edge of a once sacred grove. They came with offerings of flowers and songs, their hearts beating in rhythm with the land. As they stood in silence, a hush fell over the trees, and for a brief moment the air thrummed with anticipation. Some claimed they felt the breath of the spirits, an electric charge that coursed through their veins. It was as if the very essence of nature wrapped around them, urging them to remember their bond, to rekindle the respect that had been lost. In those moments, eyes filled with tears, not of sadness but of awakening. The spirits of the ancestors spoke through the leaves, reminding them of their responsibility to protect the earth. They were not just stewards but partners in a grand, interconnected dance of life. Each step forward was a step toward healing, a promise to honor the divine entities that had watched over them for generations. But the struggle was far from over. As night fell, shadows lurked at the edge of their gathering, dark reminders of the forces that sought to exploit and destroy. They could almost hear the distant roar of machinery, a chilling reminder of what was at stake. The spirits continued to whisper, urging them to rise, to fight for the land, for the water, for the very air they breathed. And so, in the face of encroaching darkness, a spark ignited within their souls. The chants of old rang out once more, echoing through the trees, mingling with the whispers of the spirits. The air shimmered with possibility, a collective breath held tight with hope and determination. Nature was not merely a backdrop, it was a network of divine entities, a living testament to the beauty and fragility of life. As they stood united, the boundary between human and nature blurred, and the realization washed over them. They were not alone. The urgency of their mission pulsed in the air, and at that moment, under the watchful eyes of the spirits, they understood that the fight was not just for themselves, but for every creature that called this earth home. The wind carried their resolve, a promise to keep the spirits alive in heart and deed, a vow to never forget the divine presence woven into every aspect of their existence. The trees swayed gently, acknowledging their commitment, as if ready to embrace the coming storm, ready to dance with the winds of change. Underneath a vast and starry sky, a fire crackled at the center of an ancient village, its light flickering against the dark canvas of night. Around it, faces glowed with anticipation, eyes wide and eager. Here, stories were not just tales to pass the time, they were the very essence of existence. Myths, once sacred and revered, danced through the air, weaving the fabric of life, love, and loss. But the air was thick with an unspoken tension, a whisper of change that was both thrilling and terrifying. As the embers popped and hissed, the village elder stood, his voice low and gravelly like the rumble of distant thunder. He spoke of gods who walked among them, of the great flood that swept away entire civilizations, and of mighty beasts that roamed the earth. The villagers hung on his every word, their hearts racing as they felt the weight of the past and the promise of the future all at once. Stories of gods had once shaped their lives, guiding their actions, offering solace and fear in equal measure. But deep inside, another truth brewed. These sacred stories were slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. As time marched relentlessly on, the divine began to fade. The old gods, once strong and vibrant, found their worshippers retreating into the safety of pragmatism. The grand temples, once buzzing with the fervor of rituals, were quieting down, replaced by the everyday hum of life. Myths that once served as a bridge between the mortal and divine now became quaint tales told to children, stories that elicited chuckles and goosebumps alike. The transition was not abrupt. It was a gradual unfolding, like the petals of a flower revealing their colors in the soft light of dawn. People began to gather in smaller groups, sharing stories that felt more personal, more relatable. The gods of old remained but transformed into something lighter, more approachable. They became figures in folklore, characters stripped of their omnipotence, now indulging in love, jealousy, and mischief, just like the villagers themselves. Suddenly, Zeus was no longer the mighty thunderer, but a bumbling figure, prone to mistakes and laughable escapades. The once mighty gods were now at the mercy of human quirks and foibles, their stories evolving into something that resonated deeply with the everyday experiences of life. Around the fire, laughter bubbled up like a spring, and the tales twisted into something new, something that felt both comforting and thrilling. The old stories were being reimagined and reinterpreted, infused with the essence of the people telling them. Folklore took root, blossoming in the fertile soil of community, where the divine was distilled into a form that was more human, more accessible. The fire crackled louder, as if echoing the heartbeat of a civilization that was both mourning and celebrating its transformation. In the shadows of this shifting reality, fear loomed. Would the essence of those ancient tales fade completely? As the last embers of divinity dimmed, whispers floated through the air like smoke. Questions arose like specters. What happens when the stories of our ancestors become just that? Stories. What becomes of the collective memory when the voices of the gods are replaced by the laughter of children? With every tale told, a new myth was born, one that spoke not of omnipotent beings, but of ordinary people facing extraordinary challenges. The line between the sacred and the mundane blurred, and in this hazy space the heart of humanity pulsed with life. Ghost stories crept into bedtime tales. Heroes were reimagined as flawed individuals, and the monsters lurking in the shadows transformed into lessons of resilience and courage. The villagers began to realize that even without the gods, their lives were still rich with meaning. The arrival of new ideas, philosophies, and religions from distant lands further stirred the pot. The old stories began to intertwine with fresh narratives, creating a tapestry rich with vibrant threads. The gods of one culture flirted with the characters of another, and before long they mingled and merged, forming a new collective consciousness. This melting pot of folklore flourished, and the once sacred names of deities were now whispered in the same breath as local heroes and wise old women. Yet, amidst this vibrant evolution, a sense of loss lingered in the air. The villagers gathered once more around the flickering flames, their laughter mingling with sighs. They sensed the gravity of what they were doing, transforming a rich tradition into mere entertainment. They were storytellers, yes, but were they also guardians of something sacred? As the shadows danced, a chill ran down their spines. They felt the weight of history pressing upon them, reminding them of the fragility of memory and meaning. The space between the fire and the night became charged with a tension that made the hair on their arms stand on end. An elder's voice cracked as he recounted the tale of a great hero who had once saved their people from despair. But as the story unfolded, it twisted into a cautionary tale about the dangers of forgetting. The villagers listened, rapt and uneasy, their hearts racing as they realized that these stories were more than just words. They were the lifeblood of their identity. As the tales wove in and out of the night, a storm brewed on the horizon. The sky darkened, and a distant rumble echoed through the air, a reminder that the past was never truly gone, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to be called upon once more. What would happen when the new stories ran dry? Would they reinvigorate the old myths, or would they let the gods slip entirely into the realm of forgotten dreams? The tension hung heavy, a tangible force in the air, as the villagers pondered the fate of their shared history. A girl, her eyes bright with the light of the fire, stood up and declared boldly, "We must remember." Her voice, fierce and unwavering, pierced through the growing darkness. As if struck by lightning, the villagers turned to her, their hearts quickening. In that moment, they all felt it, the spark of a new beginning, the intertwining of the sacred and the mundane, the push and pull of myth and reality. With the sound of thunder echoing in the distance, the fire crackled to life once more. Their stories would not end, they would evolve, transforming into something vibrant and new, filled with the richness of their lives. The tales would be reforged, and as the night deepened, a wave of excitement washed over them. The past would be honored, but the future remained unwritten, bursting with possibilities that shimmered like stars above. In a quiet corner of a dusty library, a young scholar named Ilara brushed away centuries of neglect from a fragile manuscript. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and secrets waiting to be uncovered. With trembling fingers, she turned the pages, and as she did, the whispers of long-forgotten voices swirled around her, beckoning her to listen. The lines of faded ink sprang to life, revealing beliefs and stories that had been buried under the weight of time, pressing against her chest with a powerful urgency. Each word she read sent a shiver down her spine. A reminder that these ancient texts were not mere relics but echoes of lives lived, hopes cherished, and fears faced. They carried the pulse of a world so different, yet so achingly familiar. Ilara could feel the heartbeats of these ancients, a rhythm that matched her own, as she lost herself in their thoughts, their dreams, and their struggles. The manuscript spoke of gods who walked among mortals, offering wisdom and guidance. It recounted tales of love that defied the very fabric of existence, heroes who rose from the ashes of despair, and the sacred rituals that bound communities together. Each phrase held the weight of 1,000 lifetimes, illuminating the beliefs that shaped humanity's journey through darkness and light. As Ilara read, she became intertwined with the lives of the people who had once cradled these texts, their hopes igniting a fire deep within her soul. She saw families gathered around flickering flames, their faces illuminated not just by firelight but by the glow of shared stories, their laughter mingling with the crackling logs. She felt the warmth of belonging, the joyous celebration of life, the heartache of loss, and the strength found in unity. Those moments ripped through her, resonating with something primal and raw, igniting a fierce yearning in her heart. And yet, the haunting shadows of forgotten beliefs lingered, reminding her that not all stories ended in triumph. There were warnings etched into the margins, cautionary tales of hubris and folly, of civilizations that had risen only to fall into decay. The text spoke of a time when humanity's arrogance led to their downfall, when they had strayed too far from the natural order, and in their quest for power, they had lost their way. The horror of their fate echoing in her mind sent chills racing down her spine. Ilara's heart raced as she turned another page, her breath catching in her throat. The words revealed a prophecy, a chilling tale of rebirth and renewal that hinted at the cyclical nature of existence. It spoke of a great awakening that would come when the world had forgotten its roots, urging her to consider the fragility of belief and the power of remembrance. As tears welled in her eyes, she felt an overwhelming connection to the ancients, their fears and hopes becoming her own, drawing her into their world in a way that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the windows like the voices of the long dead. Ilara clutched the manuscript, her heart pounding with urgency. What if these texts were not just relics of the past, but vital keys to understanding the present? What if they held the answers to questions that had plagued humanity for generations? The prospect filled her with a wild hope, a yearning to bridge the gap between history and the future. As she continued to read, the narrative shifted, unveiling the rituals that had once been sacred practices. Ilara envisioned the flickering of torches lighting the faces of worshippers gathered in moonlit groves, their chants rising to the heavens like a prayer. The connection to the divine, the sense of oneness with the universe, it was intoxicating. She could almost hear their voices, feel the power of faith coursing through her veins. It was a feeling beyond every modern belief system, a raw and unfiltered connection to something greater than themselves. But with each revelation came a shadow. The text warned of the dangers of dogma, of rigid beliefs that stifled growth. Ilara felt the weight of that warning pressing heavily upon her shoulders, a reminder that the ancients had not only faced the gods but also the dark corners of their own hearts. Their struggles mirrored her own, the doubts and fears that lurked in the recesses of her mind. What if she, too, was destined to become a part of this cycle? The thought sent her spiraling into a whirlwind of emotions, her heart racing as the walls of the library seemed to close in around her. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the shelves, jolting her back to reality. The manuscript slipped from her fingers, fluttering to the ground as she spun around, her pulse quickening. Shadows danced in the flickering light, and for a moment she thought she saw figures moving among the stacks, whispering secrets just out of reach. Could they be the guardians of these ancient beliefs? Watching her with knowing eyes? The air crackled with tension, and Ilara felt the raw energy of possibility electrifying her skin. In that charged moment, she understood the true weight of what she held. The manuscript was not just an ancient text. It was a lifeline, a bridge to a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. It held the power to challenge the very foundations of her beliefs and ignite a spark of change that had the potential to ripple through time. As fear intermingled with exhilaration, she reached for the book again, ready to uncover more of its truths. With each turn of the page, the history pulsed with life, and the forgotten beliefs began to reshape her understanding of everything she thought she knew. The ancients were not just voices from the past. They were woven into the fabric of her existence, guiding her toward an awakening that felt imminent. Ilara could sense the world shifting, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for her next move, for the moment when the past and present would collide. And just like that, the text beckoned her to go further, inviting her to step boldly into the abyss where ancient beliefs waited to be revived, where the threads of history intertwined with the very essence of who she was becoming. The excitement of discovery surged through her veins, propelling her forward, deeper into the labyrinth of words and wisdom, where every belief unearthed could spark a flame of transformation that illuminated the shadows of her own heart. Under the pale glow of the moon, Emily stood in a clearing surrounded by ancient trees, their gnarled branches twisting like the fingers of forgotten gods reaching for the sky. The air was thick with anticipation, electricity crackling through the night as she clutched a small, intricately carved idol, a representation of a goddess long lost to the pages of history. Her heart raced, not just from the chill in the air, but from the weight of ages pressing against her soul, whispering secrets of a time when the world teemed with spirits and deities whose stories were woven into the very fabric of humanity. Around her, a small gathering held hands, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames of a fire that danced in rhythm with their rising chants. They were the modern neo-pagans, children of the ancient earth, drawing upon ancestral wisdom to breathe life into the forgotten deities of yore. Each chant that escaped their lips sent shivers down Emily's spine, drawing her closer to a tapestry of belief that had been all but erased from the collective memory of humanity. The echoes of the past mingled with their voices, bringing forth the spirits they sought to honor and revive. This was no mere revival, it was a reclamation. The ancient gods, once revered in temples adorned with vibrant mosaics and the scent of offerings, had been relegated to dusty textbooks and dismissed as relics of a bygone era. Yet here, in this sacred space, they were alive again. The stories of Artemis, the huntress, whose bow could split the night, and Freya, whose tears turned to gold, hung in the air like sparkling constellations, just waiting to be acknowledged. Emily felt the pull of these narratives, the way they wrapped around her heart like warm tendrils of light, urging her to remember, to believe. As the fire crackled and spat embers into the night, Emily found herself captivated by the rituals that unfolded before her. A young man stepped forward, adorned in a cloak of verdant leaves, embodying the spirit of nature itself. His voice rose, resonating through the trees, invoking Pan, the god of the wild. As he spoke, the air shimmered with vibrant energy. And Emily could almost see the figure of Pan dancing among the shadows, his pipes serenading the earth. The energy was contagious, feeding a hunger that had long lain dormant inside her, a desire to connect with something greater than herself. History pulsed through every word, every gesture. The goddess Hecate, once a revered figure of magic and the moon, was honored with offerings of herbs and candles, each flickering flame representing a wish made under her watchful gaze. Emily felt a lump form in her throat as she listened to stories of women who had once gathered in circles like this one, weaving their prayers into the night. Their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the earth. It was a reminder of a sacredness that had been lost in the noise of modernity, a sacredness rooted in the belief that the divine existed in all things, not separated from them. The group's energy reached a fever pitch as they prepared for the climax of their gathering, a ceremonial dance meant to invoke the spirit of the divine. Emily felt her body sway with anticipation, her heart thrumming in time with the drums that thudded in the background. As they moved, she could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, each step a connection to the lives that had come before. A bridge to the ancient ways. She was not just a participant. She was a vessel for the stories of those forgotten, channeling their strength and wisdom. But it wasn't without conflict. The shadows of skepticism loomed over them, voices from the outside world that questioned the validity of their beliefs. Why worship those who have been forgotten? They would ask. But what did it mean to forget? Emily felt the weight of this question as she danced, her body moving instinctively, pouring her soul into every twirl and leap. The answer emerged from the depths of her heart. To forget was to sever ties with the past. to lose the rich tapestry of heritage that had shaped who they were. In this dance, they were stitching those ties back together, creating something new while honoring the old. The cacophony of drums and chants echoed through the night, each beat a heartbeat of the earth, resonating with a power that pulled at Emily's very core. She could feel the spirits swirling around them, a swirling dance of energies, blending past and present into something extraordinary. It was an invitation to feel, to remember, to awaken the dormant deities residing within them, waiting for the right moment to rise. As the ceremony reached its zenith, a sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, sending chills down their spines. It was as if the gods themselves had joined the gathering, their presence felt in the rustle of the leaves and the flickering of the flames. Emily looked around at her fellow celebrants, their faces alight with wonder and reverence, and in that moment she knew they were part of something profound, a revival not just of forgotten deities, but of a deeper connection to the universe itself. The fire crackled wildly, the flames dancing in a frenzy as if mirroring their joy and fervor. With each passing moment, the barriers between the sacred and the mundane began to dissolve. Emily could almost hear the whispers of ancient prayers carried in the wind, urging her to surrender to the magic swirling around her. She closed her eyes, allowing the sensations to wash over her, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath her, a reminder that she was never truly alone. As the last notes of their chants faded into the night, an electricity lingered in the air, an unspoken promise that the journey of revival had only just begun. With hearts wide open, they stepped back into the world that had all but forgotten these deities, ready to share their newfound connection with the earth, the spirits, and each other. The stories of the past entwined with their present, joining hands in an unbreakable circle, forever echoing through the ages, waiting to be told again under the watchful gaze of the stars. In the dim light of a flickering campfire, shadows danced on the faces of ancient people, their eyes glimmering with wonder and fear. They sat in a tight circle, entranced by the stories spun from the lips of the elders. Tales of gods, heroes, and monsters filled the air, their voices rising and falling like the crackling flames. In those moments, the boundary between reality and myth blurred, and the world was transformed into a tapestry woven with threads of hope, despair, and the unyielding quest for understanding. Throughout history, the stories told around those fires have echoed through time, revealing an astonishing truth. Despite the vast oceans and towering mountains that separate cultures, the themes of their myths resonate with striking similarities. From the great flood that wipes out humanity to the heroic quests undertaken by demigods, these narratives provide a bridge that connects the hearts of all people, regardless of their origins. Consider the flood myths. In Mesopotamia, the Epic of Gilgamesh tells of a great deluge sent by the gods to cleanse the earth, a tale remarkably echoed by the Hebrew story of Noah's Ark. Each narrative features a chosen survivor, tasked with preserving life and repopulating the earth. With every retelling, the chilling sensation of impending doom lingers, gripping the listener's heart. The fear of oblivion unites these disparate cultures, reminding them of nature's unpredictable fury and the hope that springs eternal in the face of catastrophe. As fires crackle in different corners of the world, other myths take shape. In ancient Greece, the story of Persephone's descent into the underworld speaks to the cycle of life and death, resonating with the tales of Inanna from Sumer and her journey through the realm of the dead. These stories offer solace in the face of loss, teaching that even in darkness, rebirth awaits. The emotions weave through the ages, as mothers mourn their daughters and lovers yearn for their beloveds, creating an unbroken chain of human experience that transcends time and space. Travel further to the sun-kissed shores of India, where the epic of the Mahabharata unfolds with its multitude of characters and divine interventions. Here, the tension of duty and desire plays out with breathtaking drama. Heroes clash on the battlefield, their fates entwined with the whims of gods. This theme emerges again in the Norse sagas, where Odin and Loki manipulate events with consequences that echo through the lives of mortals. The desire for power, the struggle for honor, these are threads that bind ancient tales together, evoking the same shivers of anticipation as warriors prepare for battle under the blood-red sky. But not all stories are born from conflict. Some rise from the gentle whispers of creation. In the Polynesian islands, the tale of Maui, the trickster demigod, showcases the human spirit's relentless ingenuity. He pulls islands from the sea, tames the sun, and brings fire to humanity. This narrative mirrors the creation myths of the Native American tribes, where heroic figures shape the land and its resources, nurturing a deep connection to nature. The warmth of these tales evokes a sense of belonging, a poignant reminder that every culture seeks to explain its place in the cosmos. As the stories unfold, they reveal stark differences too. While some traditions celebrate gods who take human form, others depict deities as distant, ethereal beings, unreachable and mysterious. In ancient Egypt, gods like Ra and Osiris walked among mortals, their fates intertwined with humanity. In contrast, the impersonal forces of fate in Japanese mythology offer a different lens through which to view existence. The tension between the divine and the human evokes a sense of longing. What is the nature of our connection to the sacred? Amidst this rich tapestry, the tales of tricksters emerge, bringing laughter and lessons alike. The coyote of Native American lore and the Anansi of African tales are both mischievous figures, teaching through their antics. They weave chaos into order, a reminder that life's challenges often come wrapped in humor. The emotional cadence shifts here, as laughter mingles with the wisdom of ages, drawing the listener in closer, inviting them to ponder the balance of light and dark. And then there are the heroes, whose journeys resonate across continents. The trials of Heracles in Greece are echoed by the feats of the Indian hero Rama. Both embark on arduous paths, facing demons and doubts, proving that bravery knows no borders. The heartbeat quickens as the listener envisions the struggles, the sweat, the blood, the tears, all pouring forth from the depths of the human soul. Each hero's journey strikes a chord deep within, awakening the universal yearning for greatness and purpose. Yet, as these narratives weave a familiar fabric, they also lay bare the unique colors of individual cultures. The cultural context shapes the stories, infusing them with specific values, morals, and fears. The warriors of the samurai, bound by honor and loyalty, tell a different tale than the chivalrous knights of medieval Europe, who fight not only for glory, but also for love. The tension between these ideals is palpable, each culture's narrative reflecting its deepest aspirations and anxieties. As the fire crackles and the night deepens, the stories pulse with life, each word hanging in the air like a promise unfulfilled. The whispers of ancient peoples echo in the hearts of modern listeners, revealing a profound truth. Despite the vast differences in their landscapes and languages, humanity shares a collective heartbeat. The stories connect us, threading through the ages, binding us with shared fears, hopes, and dreams. In this cosmic web of narratives, the sacred and the mundane intertwine, creating an eternal dance that beckons the curious mind. The characters leap from the pages and into the consciousness of those willing to listen. As the last embers of the campfire fade, the tension lingers, a reminder that the stories don't end here. They pulse onward, waiting to be told again under another starlit sky, echoing across the ages, uniting the human experience in a never-ending cycle of myth and memory. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient sacred sites, a chill swept through the air. The echoes of drums, once vibrant and full of life, faded to a whisper, replaced by the sound of boots marching across unyielding ground. This was a moment suspended in time, a moment when the world began to change in ways that would forever haunt the spirit of the land. It was the dawn of colonization, a force that would crash over indigenous beliefs like a tidal wave, reshaping everything that had once been sacred. For centuries, indigenous peoples had inhabited these lands, their lives interwoven with their beliefs and deities. They honored the spirits of the earth, the sky, and the waters, each holding a place of reverence in their daily lives. To them, the world was alive, pulsating with energy and wisdom. Their creation stories spoke of ancestors who walked these lands and conversed with nature, guiding the people through seasons and cycles. These beliefs were the foundation of their identities, passed down through generations like precious heirlooms. But as settlers arrived, their arrival marked the beginning of a relentless march toward domination. At first, some settlers approached with curious eyes and open hearts, eager to learn. Yet, as time wore on, a different narrative took hold. The settlers brought with them not just their tools and technology, but a deep-seated need to impose their beliefs upon those they encountered. Missionaries arrived, their intentions cloaked in righteousness, seeking to save the souls of indigenous peoples. They saw the connection to land, spirit, and tradition as misguided, a darkness needing illumination. With each church built, each prayer uttered in a foreign tongue, the vibrant tapestry of indigenous belief began to fray. The deities, once revered and celebrated, were overshadowed by the new god of the settlers. Temples transformed into churches, sacred gatherings became congregations, and the songs that once rang through valleys turned into hymns sung in languages foreign to the very landscape that had birthed them. It wasn't just a shift, it was a violent uprooting of identity. In distant villages, the people felt the cracks spreading in their spiritual foundation. Grandmothers who had once recounted the tales of the Great Spirit began to silence their voices, the fear of retribution looming like a dark cloud. Children listened to the teachings of settlers, their innocent minds absorbing new stories while their hearts quietly yearned for the old ways. The elders watched with heavy hearts, their eyes reflecting the profound loss of something irreplaceable. The spiritual connections to the land, the seasons, and the ancestors were stripped away, leaving behind a hollow echo. Sacred ceremonies, once bursting with color and life, grew frail and quiet. The fire that had once burned brightly in the center of communities flickered uncertainly, as fear and doubt replaced faith and trust. With each passing year, the deities that had watched over them began to fade into the background, obscured by a new narrative that had no place for their stories. Yet, amidst the darkness, whispers began to rise from the ashes. Hidden away in the hearts of the people, the ancient beliefs still flickered like embers, waiting for a breath of life to reignite them. Some began to remember the songs, the stories, the rhythms of their ancestors. In secret gatherings under the cover of night, they shared tales of the great bear and the wise coyote, breathing life back into the familiar sacred names that had been buried. They lit small fires and danced, allowing the world around them to awaken from its slumber, ever so slowly reclaiming the lost connection. As colonization tightened its grip, resistance became a heartbeat, echoing through hidden canyons and beneath the roots of towering trees. The spirit of the land stirred, and with it came the realization that belief could not be extinguished so easily. Some indigenous leaders emerged, determined to reclaim their narratives, weaving together the old ways with new battles for recognition and respect. They spoke to the settlers with both firmness and grace, standing at the crossroads of two worlds, reminding all who would listen of the rich history and wisdom that had existed long before the first ship had docked. In the face of relentless change, the struggle for identity became a powerful force. Stories were retold, infused with the resilience of a people unwilling to let go of their heritage. Creatives, artists, and storytellers began to rise, transforming pain into power, building bridges between the past and the present. They painted murals that cried out for recognition, shared poetry that echoed the voices of ancestors lost yet never forgotten, and crafted songs that wove together the threads of two worlds. Yet, with each step forward, the tension grew. The colonizers, feeling threatened by this resurgence, doubled down on their efforts to erase the past. Policies were enacted, lands were seized, and lives were disrupted. The struggle was not just for land, but for the very essence of who they were. Children were taken from their families, forced into schools where their names were stripped away, their languages silenced. Each act of violence reverberated through generations, yet still the spirit endured. As the struggle between colonization and indigenous beliefs raged on, the echoes of history grew louder, reminding all that this was a battle for the soul. There, beneath the surface, lay a promise that one day the sun would rise again, illuminating a path where the old and new could coexist. The tales of the ancestors would not vanish without a fight. They would rise from the ashes, reclaiming their rightful place in the hearts of those who dared to remember. And so, the story continued, a thread weaving through time, connecting the past with the present, the struggles with the hope for tomorrow. The echoes of drums began to return, resonating with a new beat, blending the ancient and the modern into a symphony of resilience. The spirits watched closely, knowing that the journey was far from over, and the fight for dignity and belief would carry on. A flickering screen illuminated the dim room, casting shadows that danced like restless spirits. The young archaeologist, Sarah, sat before her computer, her heart pounding in rhythm with the pulse of ancient myths and forgotten legends. She had stumbled upon something extraordinary, a whisper from the past that called to her like a siren. The digital age, it seemed, had a way of reviving what time had nearly erased. Gods and creatures that once roamed the earth, their stories woven into the fabric of civilization. In the early hours of the morning, while the world slept, Sarah unearthed a trove of digital artifacts that promised to bridge the gap between ancient lore and modern technology. She discovered old manuscripts and illustrations, some dating back to the Mesopotamian era, depicting gods like Enki and Inanna, powerful deities who shaped the lives of the ancients. Their depictions were hauntingly vivid, bringing life to age-old tales that had long been forgotten. Each click of the mouse sent shivers down her spine, a feeling as if she were summoning the very essence of these long-lost beings. As she dug deeper, Sarah uncovered stories of mythical creatures that seemed to leap from the pages of history. Tales of the legendary griffin, half lion and half eagle, soared through her mind, igniting her imagination. In the distance, she could almost hear the rustle of its feathers, an echo of its fierce roar. But what made her blood run cold was the realization that these beings were more than mere fables. They were echoes of something real that had once existed. Each legend hinted at truths buried beneath layers of soil and stone, waiting for someone brave enough to bring them back into the light. Amidst this digital renaissance, Sarah found herself drawn to one particular artifact, a series of cave paintings discovered in a remote part of the world, believed to be over 30,000 years old. They told tales of creatures that roamed the earth alongside humans, fearsome beasts and majestic beings, guardians of nature and the unknown. The colors were faded, yet the energy radiating from them was unmistakable. A cry for recognition that transcended time. Were these mere figments of imagination, or had they once walked among us? The thrill of discovery surged through her. She marveled at the idea that modern technology could breathe life into these ancient stories. With just a few clicks, she could connect with experts from around the globe, sharing insights and theories that could reshape history. The digital age was a vast tapestry of information, allowing voices that had been silenced for centuries to echo once more. On social media platforms and online forums, she found a community of like-minded individuals, all eager to uncover the forgotten gods and creatures of yore. They shared sketches, theories, and even dreams that inspired each other to look beyond the mundane. But as the excitement grew, so did the unease. The more Sarah learned, the more she felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders, a burden that whispered of the consequences of awakening these ancient legacies. She remembered tales of hubris from history, of those who dared to challenge the gods only to be met with their wrath. What if the gods were still watching, waiting for someone to step out of line? What if the creatures existed in realms beyond human comprehension? And their return could bring chaos rather than enlightenment. That thought gnawed at her. The more she explored, the more she realized that some doors might be better left unopened. Yet a deeper part of her craved the adventure, the thrill of standing atop a forgotten temple, brushing away centuries of dust to reveal the sacred stones within. She longed to feel the energy of a lost civilization coursing through her veins, connecting her to those who had come before. On a fateful night, Sarah received an anonymous message, a cryptic note that hinted at an ancient site rumored to hold the key to awakening the lost deities. The message spoke of a secret society dedicated to the preservation of these myths, guarding the knowledge that could change everything. They believed that understanding the past could alter the future, and that the gods had not vanished but were hidden, waiting for the right moment to return. Goosebumps prickled her skin as she read the words, the pull of destiny tightening around her like a vine. Without hesitation, she packed her bags, driven by an urgent desire to uncover the truth. The world was vast, filled with secrets and shadows, but she could no longer ignore the call. With each mile she felt the weight of ancient eyes upon her, the spirits of those long gone guiding her steps. The thrill of the unknown was intoxicating, yet the fear of what lay ahead loomed like a dark cloud. As she reached the site, a shiver of anticipation coursed through her. The air crackled with energy, heavy with the essence of those who once worshipped here. The stones stood tall, ancient and wise, as if they too were waiting for someone to remember their stories. She could almost hear whispers swirling around her, the echoes of prayers that had been offered long ago, and she felt the unmistakable presence of the divine. And then she saw them, glimpses of shadows darting between the trees, patterns flickering at the edge of her vision. Were these beings the guardians of the myths she sought? Were they real, or merely figments of her imagination? The line between history and the present began to blur, drawing her deeper into the web of enchantment that surrounded her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the ancient stones, Sarah braced herself for an encounter that could change everything. The pulse of history quickened in her chest, and she felt the ancient gods stirring, their powers awakening in the digital age. This was just the beginning, a promise of what was to come. And the realization that the past was not as far behind as it seemed. The quest for lost gods and creatures was alive, pulsing with energy, ready to reveal its secrets to those brave enough to reach out and grasp them.